valuable. You'll hear me announce the winning bidder is online and winning bidder's number when the lot is sold. Our buyer's premium is 25% only for the people bidding online. Anyone in-house, live or on the phone is 20%. Invoices will be emailed to the successful bidders by the end of day on Monday, December 8th. If you bid on Live Auctioneers, Thomaston Live, or Invaluable, the invoices will be sent to you from them and you must pay through their bidding site. Please look for your invoice and check your spam folder if you've not received one. This auction is run according to the UCC Code Title 11, Section 2.328 applies to this auction. We are currently building our first feature auction for 2026 Winter Enchantment, being held February 20th, 21st, and 22nd, featuring a broad collection of art, furniture, collectibles, and much more. All kinds of rare things coming in every day for the 2026 season. So thank you all, and I guess we're ready to go. So the first item today is this 5001, is this vintage 14 karat gold spinach jade and ruby cat brooch. And what is your pleasure on that? 250 I have in 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. I have in 4 1/4. I have 400 with Kayla and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 anymore. All in all, 400, 4 1/4 on the little kitty. We all good? Once, twice, and Kayla 400. And next we have the Tiffany & Company signed 18 karat gold yellow band right here, made in 1997 for Tiffany & Company in 18 karat gold. And what's your pleasure on that? May we have what? How much? 600 I have, 650 I have, 700, I have 700, 750, I have 700 now, 750 is 700, 750, I have 700 Kayla now, 750, at 700 once, twice, and more than $700 on that Tiffany band. Any more than 700, once, twice, and Kayla 700. Next we put all the Tiffany stuff up ahead of the sale. Tiffany & Company sterling silver and 18 karat gold cuff bracelet. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 150 I have, and 175 and 200, and 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/2. How much? Oh, 4 1/4. Thank you. I didn't hear you. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Are those mics working? I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 with Kayla at 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. All in all, then 4 1/4. Great time to buy Christmas gifts and stuff today. At 4 1/4, Kayla. Next we have a Tiffany & Company 14 karat gold with diamond accent. A little tiny diamond ring right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. I have 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2, that little diamond pinky ring by Tiffany & Company. I have 175 and 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in all, then at 175. 175. Next we have this Tiffany & Company Pika Paikinian silver cuff bracelet, custom designed for Tiffany & Company. And what is your pleasure in this?
700.
How much? 700 I have, and now 750. I have 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750, and that great bracelet, that designer bracelet for Tiffany. I have 700, now 750. At 700 once, twice in for 750. All in all, then 700 with Sylvia this time on Live Auctioneers. Is that correct? At 700 once, twice anymore. It's 700 Sylvia. Live Auctioneers buys that Tiffany bracelet. Next, we have a vintage Tiffany & Company 14 karat gold tourmaline and diamond brooch in a flower form. And what is your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 500, now 550 on that wonderful early, probably from the retro era, Tiffany brooch. I have 500, now 550. 550 is on the floor, and 600. 600, now 650. I have 600 online, now 650 if you like it. At 600, now 650 is on the floor, now 700, that rare brooch. I have 650s on the floor and 700 if you want it. At 650 once, twice, and for 700, it's on the floor with the gentleman seated over by the pole. At 650 and 700, yes, sir, 650 to 65. Next, we have the Tiffany & Company Elsa Peretti design sterling silver mesh necklace. And what is your pleasure in that? 350 I have, and 450 and 550. I have 5 now 550. I 550 600. No, I have 550 with 600 with Kayla now 650. I have 600 with Kayla and 650. I have 600 now 650 I have with Kayla now 700. I have 650 now 7. I have 650 now 700 if you'd like it. At 650 once, twice, and for 700. Are we all in all at 650 and 700 with Kayla at 650? We good? Yeah, we are. 650 Kayla. Next we have the last of the Tiffany, I think. This is a classic Tiffany Company style men's wedding band, 18 karat gold. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4 where? I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore? All in, all done. At 200 and 2 1/4 on the Tiffany, right, 2 1/4, thank you, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 is on the floor and selling. At 2 1/2 and 275 with Sylvia, 250 now 275 at 250 275. That's about the price of the scrap gold. I have 250 now 275. Any more? Once, twice, any more? 250. Live auctioneers buys. All right, moving right along now. Another piece of Tiffany Company sterling silver heart tag bracelet. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? May have what? $50. 70 I have, and now 80. 80, now 90. I have 80 now 90, now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100 on the little Tiffany sterling silver heart bracelet. I have 90 now 100. Any more? 90 once, 90 twice. You went for $100. Any more? Once, twice, and it's gone. $90. 100 I have, now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. With Sylvia now at $100, now 100 a quarter. I have 100 and 100 a quarter, just in time. I have 100 and 100 a quarter. Last call. Wait. Isn't that a radio show? I have 100 with Sylvia and 100 a quarter. 100 once, 100 twice. Any more? Down, $100. Live auctioneers. Here we go. Tiffany & Company brooch, 14 karat gold. Also looks like it's probably from the 1940s or 50s. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 375 and 400. I have 375 in that lovely brooch right there at 375, and Tiffany & Company jewel is the best. I have 375 and now 400. Very heavy, a nice heavyweight gold piece. I have 375 and 4. I have 375 and 4, 375 and 4 anymore. Last call at 375. All in, all done. 375 it is. Next we go to this beautiful, this Edwardian, a beautiful Edwardian antique diamond and platinum ladies ring, lattice design. And on right there is approximately a 1/3 carat VS1 color F. So it's got a great color, and it was sold by Burke's, the famous jewelry store in Canada. It's platinum, 7.7 pennyweights, and size 7.5, 7.5. And replacement cost on this guy is $2,000. What's your pleasure on this? 650 I have, and 700. I have 650 and 700 on that lovely Edwardian gold, platinum, and diamond ring. 700 on the phone, and 750, of course. I have 700 now, 750. I have only 700 and 750 if you like it. I'm going to sell it. That beautiful period ring, 750 and 800. It's unreserved. I have 750 and 800. I have 750 and 800 if you like it. At 750 and 800 I have with Jamie, and now 8.5. I have 800, now 8.5. A lovely, beautiful period ring. I have only $800. Can you 850 and now 900. I have 850 online, now 9 if you'd like it. I have 850 now 900. At 850 and 900 if you want that beautiful ring. At 850 and now 900 anymore. All in 900 on the phone with Jamie now, and now 950. Well worth it. Well worth it. I have 900 now 950. Great color. Great color on that diamond. I have 900 on the phone and 950. Gonna go. At 900 once, 900 twice. The one for 950 is with Jamie on the phone. Any more? Jamie, 900. 308 buys. Next we have, I love this piece. This is great. 14 karat gold, spinach, jade, and sapphire crab form brooch in 14 karat gold. And what's your pleasure on that little guy right there? 3 1/4 I have, and 3.5, and 375. I 350 now, 375. I 350 and 375 in that beautiful little brooch of the crab. 375, of course, and 400 now. I 400 I have on the floor, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. Boy, you won't find another custom brooch like that. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, and 4.5. It's with Kayla back off the floor with Kayla now at 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 and 4.5. At 4 1/4 once, twice, and for 4.5 with Kayla at 4 1/4. Great little piece. Any more? Sold 4 1/4. Kayla. Next we have, oh, this is a beautiful piece right here, a 14 karat gold set sapphire with diamond halo and diamonds down the side of the band on that one right there. What's your pleasure on this lovely ring right here? And we have what? $500 instead of 500. Instead 500. Instead 500. Instant ring once, twice, and passed away. Nobody wants that one. Excite them. Oh, this is a fun piece right here. You won't find another one of these, I don't think. Came in on free appraisal day. 18 karat gold puffer fish pendant design, and he has an emerald eye. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? $750 I have, and now $800. I have $750 and $800 and $750 and $800 on the puffer fish. I have $750 and $800, all gold, 18 karat gold chain and pendant. I have $750 now $800. $750 once, twice in for $800. All in, all done. It's $750 anymore. $750 it is. Next we have a vintage 14 karat gold and diamond wedding band right there. And on that right there, the replacement cost is $1,750 in the jewelry store. Remember, we've estimated all these things today at a third of what they'd be in the jewelry store. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Maybe we have what? 300 I have and 3 1/4, 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 on the floor and 4 1/4 with Jen, now 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and now for 75. Zen's now 75. I have 450 now for 75 and now 500. I have 475 and 5 in that beautiful diamond band. I have 475, no money. Replacement cost is $1,750. 500 I have and now 550, of course. I have 500 now, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Beautiful channel set diamonds. I have 550 and 600. Any more? Last call at 550 and 600. 600 I have in 6 1/2. I have 600 now 6 1/2. I have 600 now 6 1/2 anymore. As 600 with Kaler and 650. As 600 once, twice in for 650. We all in all the 600, 650. Kaler 600. Next we have a beautiful pair of 14 karat white gold aquamarine and diamond pendant form earrings in a teardrop shaped stones on those right there. What's your pleasure on those? 300 I have and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. Those vintage earrings right there. I have only 300 and 3 1/4 and now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2, 350 I have on 75 now. It's a beautiful pair of earrings. Can you imagine what you'd pay in a store? I have 350 now 375. A matched pair of aquamarine and diamond earrings. 375 and 400 now. I 375 and 4. I 375 and 400, 375 and 4. At 375 and 4 anymore? All in, all done at 375 with live auctioneers. Anyone for 400? 400 I have with Kaler now. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 quickly. At 400 once, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I'm going to sell them. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. You won't buy any others like that for that price. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. These are all period pieces of 4 1/4 once, twice, and for 4 1/2. Sold 4 1/4 live auctioneers. All right, 5017 coming right along now. And it is, oh, this piece here. A lot of interest in this little guy. This is a Italian 14 karat gold enamel turtle form pendant. And on that little turtle right there, what's your pleasure on that? 425 I have, and now 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 on the turtle, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at 4 1/4. Scared them all away. 4 1/4. Online bidder. Next we have, this is a fun one too. This is a 14 karat yellow gold donkey brooch with ruby eye. And on that right there, 6.9 pennyweights of gold on that. So just in gold, it's about 700. And what's your pleasure on this one here? May we have what? 475 and 500 I have, and now 500 with 550, 600. I have 550 now, 600 on that rare brooch with the donkey. 600 and 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 only in 650 if you'd like it. At 600 and 650, still under gold. I have 600 now, 650 anymore. Selling once, selling twice. It's 600 and 650 if you want it. We all good? 600. Oh, these are lovely. A pair of 14 karat gold vintage jadeite cufflinks in the original Chen Brothers Hong Kong box. Just the way they came, probably from the 20s or 30s. And what's your pleasure on those lovely cufflinks right there? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375. And 375. Back to your bidder, Jen. 375, 400. I have 400, 4 1/4. They're out. I have 400 with Kaler, and now 4 1/4 on that great pair of Chinese jadeite and gold cufflinks, 14 karat. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. Any more? At 400 once, 400 twice in for 4 and a quarter. All in, all done. It's 400. Next, we have a Jules Jurgensen stainless steel gents wristwatch. And what's your pleasure on this guy? A couple $100 wear. 200 wears for 200. You have a phone bid on this? They're out. Any for 200. Any interest in this piece at all on the Jules Jurgensen watch? 100 wear. And he said 100. Pass it away. We want to sell stuff. Keep moving. Next we have, this is a fun piece right here. A vintage 18 karat gold artist palette set with gemstones. Set with garnet, citrine, amethyst, peridot. A lovely artist palette, probably again from the 40s or 50s in 18 karat gold. What's your pleasure on this piece? 550, having 600. I have 550 to open online at 600. 600, I have now 650. I have 600 and 650. If you have an artist in the family, what a great piece. I have 600 now, 650 at only $600 and 650 if you'd like it. At 600 once, twice in for 650 on that nice palette form brooch. Any more? It's with the phone at 600, correct? Any more? Sold 600 phone. 318 buys. Next, we have a 17.50 carat emerald cut lemon citrine in the case in loose. Beautiful color. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now a quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 175. I have 150 with Kayla, now 175. At 150, now 175, and 150, 75 anymore. That would make a lovely pendant. I have 150 once, twice in for 175. It's 150 then. Next we have a beautiful white gold sapphire and diamond ring, a sapphire in the center with a diamond halo and diamonds down the side of the band. And on that right there, a size 6 3/4. What's your pleasure on this one? 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half and 475. I have 450 now, 475, 500. I can't imagine what it costs on the jewelry store. And 500. I have 470, 500, 550 now, 550 and 600. 550 and 600, 2 or 3,000 in the store easily. 600, 650. I have 600 all the way with Kayla now at 600, 650. It's going to go at only 600 and 650. That beautiful sapphire and diamond ring. I have 600 once, twice, and in for 650. All in, all done. Kayla, 600. Next, we have a Jules Jurgensen tank-style watch right there, circa 1940s. A beautiful case on the tank-style watch, and what's your pleasure on that? We have a couple $100 and set it in, 100 I have, and now quarter. I have one a quarter, 1 and a half. I have 1 a quarter with Jen, 1 and a half with Kayla, now 175. I have 150, now 175. Great vintage watch. I have 1 and a half, now 175. Any more on that Jules Jurgensen watch, high-quality watch. It almost looks like it's in a sort of a rose gold color with a faceted crystal. I have 1 and a half once, twice, any more? 150 it is. Next, we have a vintage 14 karat yellow gold and blue topaz ring on that right there. What's your pleasure on the topaz ring? 400 I have, and now 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Way under the money on that one. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter. 475 and 500. I have 475 now, 500. I have 475. What a buy! I have 475 and 500 and 475 and 500. Beautiful, big aquamarine, blue topaz on that. I have what do we have? 500. I have 500 now, 5 and a half. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550 anymore. At only $500. Think what you'd have to pay for that in a jewelry store. 3 or 4 times that. I have only 500 now, 550. 500 once, twice, went for 550. It's 500. Next we go to this Chinese carved jade Buddha pendant set in silver. And what's your pleasure on that? Lovely, interesting pieces, beautifully detailed, set in with a custom silver mount molded around the body of the Buddha. What's your pleasure on that? And we have $100 and set it in. And it's $100. And it's all? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. That lovely big pendant at only $100, 100 a quarter. Any more than $100, all in, all done. It should be standing up. You can't see it that way. Oh, you do? Okay, good. I have $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? 100 once, twice, any more? 100 it is. Online bidder. Next, we have a lovely pair of emerald and diamond studs in a square form right there. And on those right there in 14 karat gold with four emeralds and four diamonds. What's your pleasure on those? 2.25 and 2.5. 2.5 is here on the floor, and 275, 300 on the floor, and 3.25. 3.25 here, and 3.5, and 370. 3.5 is on the floor, and 375. 350 now, 375. It's on the floor at 350 and selling once, twice anymore. Sold 350, number 61. 350, 61 buys. Next we have, this is an unusual piece. Came in on free appraisal day. You never see blue diamonds, and it has a genuine blue diamond in the center. 14 karat gold, blue diamond in the center with a diamond surround. And on that right there, which is pleasant, that rare ring right there. Maybe we have what? $300 to set it in. 300 where? Any interest in that ring? Pass it away then. Next object. Next, we have a 14 karat gold and citrine ring, which is pleasure in the little citrine ring right there in 14 karat gold with an emerald cut citrine. 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. Any more? Last call at $100, 100 a quarter. Any more than $100. Sold $100. Live auctioneers. Next, we have a 14 karat gold gents ring in a geometric style with 5 princess cut channels, cubic zirconia, size 10 on that heavy ring right there, which is pleasure. How much? 175. 200 I have, and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. Don't see many gents rings anymore. 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 at 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25 and selling at 2.25 and 2.5. 2.25 once, 2.25 twice, and for 2.5. All in all then at 2.25. We are 2.25. Next we have an antique piece right here, a 14 karat gold diamond and seed pearl crescent form brooch. And what's your pleasure on this one? 3.25 and 3.5. I 3.25 and 3.5 at 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5 anymore. With 3.25 with Kaler, and now 3.5 if you'd like it on that vintage piece. At 3.25, 3.5. All in all then 3.25 once, twice, and for 350 is 3.25. Next we have a 10 karat gold clasp with a strand of cultured pearls right there. They're 5 millimeter pearls right there. And what's your pleasure on the pearls? 100 I have, and now 1.25. I have 100 now, 1.25. 100, 1.25. A nice strand of pearls that nicely match. 5 millimeter, good luster. And on that right there, I have $100 only. Anyone for 1.25? Gonna go 100 once, twice, any more? $100. Next we have this 14 karat gold amethyst double ring with 2 oval amethysts and 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure in that lovely one right there? A couple $100 to set it in. $100 where? Instead of $100. Instead of $100. Pass it away. Next object. Oh, these are fun. A 14 karat gold mounted watermelon tremolene slices, pendant and earrings. What's your pleasure on those? How much? Yeah. 4.25 I have, and 4.5. I have 4.25, 4.5 on the watermelon tourmaline slices. I have 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25 once, twice, went for 4.5. All in all then 4.25. We are 4.25. Next we have a lovely vintage Art Deco 14 karat gold pendant on chain with a diamond and a little blue spinel. And on that right there, which a pleasure. 1.25 and 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5, and 175. I need 1.5. I got 1.5 here. 175 now. I 150 in that period pendant. I 150 and 175. At 150, 175 anymore. All in all, then at 150, 175 on the phone with Jasmine at 150 and once, twice, and Jasmine 150. Next we go with a 14 karat gold emerald and diamond ring right here. A nice oval faceted emerald with a diamond halo. What's your pleasure on that lovely piece right there? 1.5 and now 175. At 150 now 175. An emerald and diamond ring in gold. These things are selling for less than the price of the gold that they're sitting in. I 1.5 and now 175 and 200 at 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. It's much better than that. I 175 and 2 anymore. All in, all in at 175 and 200. That lovely little ring right there. At 175 and 200. All in, all done. It's 175 to 107. 175, 107 gets that one. Next we have, oh, look at this, a vintage strand of carnelian and banded agate bead necklace with silver and gold elements mixed in. Look at that piece. This is an old piece, probably Scottish. Usually the agate jewelry is from Scotland, and probably around 1890. What's your pleasure in that? 125 and now 150. At 125 and 150, a beautiful period necklace at 125 and 150, 150 and 175. 175 and 200. This is a nice antique piece. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 and 200. Look at the quality of those beads. Silver mounted up here. There's some little gold things in between. At 175 and now 2. Anymore. Were you on it? I have 175 is on the line, and now I need 200. At 175 need 2. Anymore? Last call. Once, twice, and who has the 175? Anymore? 175. Live auctioneers. Next we have a vintage 10-karat gold with sapphire and diamonds ring right there. On that size 8. Well, that's not a ring. That's a pendant. There we go. It's your first day. Yeah, not hardly. On the, let's see, 10-karat gold sapphire and diamond ring. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter, and now half. A quarter and a half, a quarter and a half. I won a quarter, 1/2, 1 1/4, 1/2. I won a quarter, 1 1/2 on that beautiful diamond and sapphire ring, less than the price of the scrap gold. I won a quarter, 1 1/2 anymore. I won a quarter once, twice, in for 150. All done at 1 1/4. Where's this sapphire and diamond ring buyers? That's no money for that. I won a 150. I have it now 175. I 150 and 175. Bargain time. I 150 once, twice, in for 175. Going to sell it anymore. Kayla, 150. Next, we have a 10-karat gold pendant with diamond and with a lab-grown sapphire on that right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. Beautiful pendant. I have 100 now, 100 quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore. I want a quarter, of course, and 1 1/2. I want a quarter, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Last call at 1 1/4. Gonna sell. Live auctioneers at only 125. Beautiful pendant right there. Anymore? It's 1 1/4 then. Next we have the Gucci Mother of Pearl and Rose Gold ladies watch right there with the original. It's never been worn. It has the original box with all the documents, and original retail price at the store was $1,000. And on that right there with an interesting Mother of Pearl dial in the sort of a horse bit style. And what's your pleasure on that? 375 and 400. I 375 and 400 at 375 and 4. At 375, 400 on the phone, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Brand new in the box. I 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. It's online at 4 1/4 and selling. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. I have 4 1/4 online. Need 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. It's on the phone now at 450. Now 475 if you'd like it. Brand new in the box. Saving $550 plus tax as of right now because it's $1,000 new in the store. It's on the phone at 450 once, 450 twice. You're in for 475. Phone 450. And 541 coming up. Next is a vintage 14-karat gold ring with emerald and diamond accents. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure on this lovely ring? Emerald and diamonds. 175 I have, and 200. I have 200. 200 here, and 2 1/4. 200's on the floor, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. No money for these rings. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4. Selling once, selling twice. At 200, 2 1/4. Sold 262. 200 to 62. From what? Oh. Oh, okay. All right, so next we have a sterling silver necklace with pearls, Shiva eye shells, and jewelry quartz. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? On this necklace right here. Maybe we have what? $100 to set it in. $100 where? Set it in $100. Interested in $100? Any interest in that piece? Once, twice, and no interest. Passed away. Next object. Moving on. Here we go. A silver-mounted Chinese jade pendant signed at Darla. On that one right there. That's a nice piece of jade right there. A nice big piece of jade. And what's your pleasure on this one? I have $100 on the floor. Now 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. You got a phone on this? Absolutely. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, half anymore. We're Jen at 1 1/4, once, twice, and 1 1/4 Jen. 150. I got 150 online in time. I 150, now 175. I 150, 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. Killer, then 150. Got it in just in time. Next, we have a custom designer 14 karat gold and black opal ring. This is a beautiful, unusual ring, probably one of a kind. And on the black opal ring, what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4 I have, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 was on the phone, and now 275, 275, and now 300. I 275 is on the 300 I have on the phone with Jasmine. Now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 on the phone with Jasmine. Only $300. That beautiful black opal, right there. I 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4. It's on the phone now. Make no mistake. Any more? Jasmine, 300. Got it. 300 to 3 1/4. This is 300 to 323. Next we go 5045 is a pair of each earring designed as a radiant sunburst, showing round center amethyst. Beautiful earrings right there. What's your pleasure on those? 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I can't, what? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2 is on the floor. Now 475. I have 450s on the floor and 475. I have 450s, a gentleman seated on the floor and 475. Any more? All in all then, at 450 once, 450 twice, and 475. We all got out back there? Yours, 450 to 58. 58. Next we have an Italian Milo sterling silver Byzantine style bracelet. Look at this guy right here. And may we have, what, a couple $100 set it in. 100 I have, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, and 200, and 200 now. At 175, 200 I have, and 2 1/4, at 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. I 250 now, 275. At 250 now, 275, and now 300. At 275 and 300. At 275 with Kayla all the way in 3. At 275 once, twice, and went for 300. All in, all down to 275 once, twice. Any more? Sold 275 Kayla. Next, we have a vintage 10 karat gold and sapphire ring. It's a dome form ring with channel set alternating sapphires. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 125. And I heard Sylvia, 1 1/4, now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And that nice ring right there. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175. Any more? All in, at 150, 175. It's 150 to 73. Next we go to Italian 14 karat gold necklace with sapphire set pendant. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure on this guy? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That lovely sapphire set pendant with a gold chain and gold setting and 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure? I have 1 1/4 only, now 1 1/2, and 175. Great time to buy jewelry. Look at this beautiful piece. 1 1/2, now 175. At 150, 175. 3 or 4 times that in the jewelry store, easy. At 1 1/2, now 175. I'm going to sell it once, twice, and went for 175. It's 150 then. 175 and 200. I 175 and now 200 in time. 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I had 200 once, 200 twice. I went for 2 1/4. We all in, all done at $200. All in, done, gone, 200. And we are already on 5049 is the next one. All right, yeah. No. 5049 is a pair of 14 karat gold shell form earrings. And on those shells, what's your pleasure on those? I can't hear you. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3. I have 3 1/4 on the floor on my left, and now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 on the floor to my left at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Once, twice at 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 75. Yes, on the floor, and 400. I 375 with the lady on the left. I 375 and now 4. 375 once, twice anymore. All in all, then 375. Yours 375 to 57. 57 buys. Those came from a nice estate in Waldoboro, Maine. And next we have 14 karat gold and garnet cluster. Look at this beautiful dome form ring set with garnets in 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have it, now 175. I have 150 now, 175 at 150, 175. A beautiful period garnet ring at 150 only. 175 you like it. Gonna sell it at 150 only. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. We all in, all done. One bid at 150 in that lovely garnet ring. Any more? Sold 150 then. Next we have a Hinson Gale black freshwater pearl necklace and earring set. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? A couple $100 wear, 200 wear, 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 1 1/4 and 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. 175, 200. I went to 200 I have, and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 75. No, it's 2 1/2 with Kayla now. The absentee bid is out. At 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275 on the pearl set. At 250 once, the original box. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. Is you bidding on that? 275 is on the floor, and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3 anymore. Last call. Once, twice, and 275 to 57. Next we have an American Waltham 14 karat gold filled 100 case watch with chain, with a slide chain, and the slide chain has 2 little tiny opals in it. What's your pleasure in this? 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2 at 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore? All in all then at 175 and 200. This has got a nice slide chain with it. And there's a sidewinder. 100 case at 175 and now 200 anymore. All in all then at 175 once, twice, anymore? Sold 175. Next we have a vintage gold, 14 karat gold aquamarine ring with little diamonds on the side of it. And what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. $100 wear. $100 wear, that nice little ring right there. Instead of $100, pass away. Next object. Next we have a pair of 14 karat gold stud earrings right there. 7mm round white studs in 14 karat gold post. Secured with butterfly backs. What's your pleasure on those? Maybe $100 and set them in. $100, that nice pair of pearl studs. Big ones. 7mm. Any interest in those at all? Nope, passes away. We'll keep bringing out stuff to you that you like. Here we go. This is a 10 karat gold, white gold, and spinel and diamond necklace right here. On this one right here, which your pleasure on this lovely pendant right here. Graduated red spinels and diamonds. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear. $100 wear on that one. Instead of 100. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100, 100 quarter anymore. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, what'd you go? 1 1/2 I have, now 175. 150's on the floor, and now 175 and selling. 150 once, twice, and yours, sir. 150 to 65. And here we have a vintage 18 karat gold and red coral bead. A Japanese 18 karat gold ring featuring a high dome red coral cabochon in rich red tone. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 with Jen. I have 1 1/4 now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in all, then at 1 1/4, 150 anymore. 1 1/4, Jen. Here we have a custom designed amylite and 18 karat gold pendant, a lovely piece right there, featuring a teardrop shape amylite set in elegant gold frame setting. What's your pleasure on that? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 if this is from an estate in northern Maine. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. Anyone for 275? It's 250 then. Next we have an unusual pair of sterling silver brooches. Look at these. These are American sterling silver brooches by Peggy Johnson and Arnold Goldstein. And on those right there, they're signed too and dated 2002. And sterling silver. What's your pleasure on those? 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.5, 2.25 and 2.5. I like that scarab beetle one. I have 2.25, 2.5 for 2.25 anymore. 2.25 once, twice, and for 2.5. It's 2.25 then. Those came from Northeast Harbor. Next we have a 14-karat gold ring with oval pale green jadeite cabochon. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? That beautiful ring right there. 200 I have, and now 2.25. I have 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 at 2.25, 2.5. Where's all our jewelry people today? This stuff is really, really low. I'm going to sell it. I have 2.25, 2.5 anymore. At 2.25 and selling once, twice, and it's 2.25 to 310. 2.25 to 310. Next we have a pair of diamond studs, a pair of vintage white gold diamond studs. And each one of those is approximately a half carat total weight at 1/2 carat. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 300 I have, and 3.25, 3.25, and 3.5, 75, 400, all over the place, 4.25, 4.5, so 75, 500. I have 475 with Jen, now 500. I have 475, now 500 on the phone with Patrick, and now 550. 550 with Absty, now 600. I have 550, now 600. I have 600s on the phone with Patrick, and now 650. I have 600, now 650. At 600, now 650. All in all on 600, 650. It's on the phone with Patrick. 650 online, and now 700. I have 650, now 7. I have 650, 700s on the phone with Patrick, and now 750. I have 700, now 750. 750, now 800. Nice little pair of earrings. I have 750, now 800. I have 750 and 800 if you want to. At 750 once, twice, and for 800. 800 on the phone with Patrick, and now 850. I have 800 on the phone with Patrick, now 850. At 800 once, 800 twice, 850, and now 900. I have 850s online, now 900. I have 850 now 9, 850 now 9. At 850 now 900 anymore. The phone is out, Absy is out. It's 850 and going once, and going twice, and sold, 850. Here is a neat Victorian 14-karat gold and hair work memorial brooches dated 1846, December 16th, 1846. Coming right up soon. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 1.25 and 1.5. I have 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25, 1.5, and that vintage Victorian brooch, woven hair brooch, a memorial brooch. I have 1.25 and 1.5 anymore. At 1.25 once, twice, and for 150. All in all at 1.25. Who has it? Kayla's at 1.25, 1.5. It's 125. Online bidder. Next we go. Oh, this is a beautiful little piece right here. A 14-karat gold cameo pendant brooch depicting an archangel in 14-karat gold. And what's your pleasure in this one? 475 and 500 and 550, 550 and 600 and 650, 700. No, I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700, and 650 once, twice, once for 700 with Kayla all the way now. Everybody else out? Kayla 650. Next we have a Native American group, 3 silver turquoise and jewelry collection right there. What's your pleasure on those? 60, I have now 70. I have 60 now 70 and 60 now 70 on all 3 pieces of native jewelry and sterling with turquoise. I have 60 now 70 anymore. 60 once, twice in for $70. 70 and now 80, all unreserved. 70 now 80, 70 now 80, now 90. 80 here, now 90. I have 80s on the floor, now 90. I have 80 now 90, now 100. I have 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now quarter. I have 100 now 100 and a quarter anymore. 100 once, 100 twice in for 1.25 anymore. $100 to 62. $100 to 62. Next, we have a sterling silver ring with a 1.54 carat certified natural unheated yellow sapphire. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this? An unusual ring with an unusual sapphire in it. What's your pleasure on this one here? Maybe we have what? A couple $100 to set it in. $100 where? $100 where? No one said $100 then? You got 80? 80, I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90. Can't believe it. I have 80 now 90. It's got a certificate with it from the Stone Company. I have 80 now 90 anymore. 80 once, twice, one for 90. I have it now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. 90 once, 90 twice anymore. All in all, that $90 going to go. It's $90. And we're moving right along to number 5065. And Mexican Tasco inlay sterling silver necklace. A nice one right there. And it's marked Mare, Mexico Tasco. And what's your pleasure on that one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, beautiful inlay on that in lapis and malachite. I have 250 and 275 and selling all the way now with live auctioneers at 250 once, twice, anymore. It's 250. Next we have a Norwegian David Anderson Modernist enamel and sterling silver brooch. That's a pretty piece. Oh, that is nice. No, bracelet. Sorry. Yeah. I'm out of practice. On this sterling silver bracelet, stamped Norway, and it has the initial for David Anderson, the designer. What's your pleasure on that? How much? 375. 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter on live auctioneers and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Beautiful bracelet. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Anymore. Sold once, twice, and Sylvia 4 and a quarter. Next we have a pair of 14 karat gold blue zircon ring and matching stud earrings. What's your pleasure on these? 150 I have and 175. I have 150 and 175. I have 150 and 175 for the whole group at only 150, 175. And 14 karat gold with blue zircons at 150, 175 and selling 150 once, twice, standing for 175. It's 150 then. Next we have, these are pretty right here, a pair of Victorian 14 karat gold and amethyst ball form drops on those right there, on the antique pieces right there. What's your pleasure on these? 150 have and 75 and 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, beautiful pendant form earrings in amethyst, pale amethyst. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Any more? 200 once, twice, and it's 200. Oh, this is an interesting thing. Geez, I hadn't seen this. Is that that's a pendant? Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? Wow. Next, we have a gilt silver and gold mounted amethyst, sapphire, and diamond bumblebee form pendant. And the bumblebee is, or the insect is sitting on a large faceted amethyst. And what's your pleasure on this? 550 I have and now 600. I have 550 and 600, that rare piece. 600 I have and now 650. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 now 650 and 600 650. At 600 once, 600 twice, going for 650. All in all, that's 650 and now 700. It's online with Sylvia at 650. Needs 700 if you'd like it. Beautiful, rare thing. 700 and 750. Never seen anything like it. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 on the phone now 750 if you'd like it. At 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750. All in all, the 700. 750 in time, and now 800. Back to you, Jamie. I have 750 now 800. I have 750 now 8, and the exquisite thing. I have 750 now 800. At 750, 800. 800's on the phone with Jamie now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5 anymore. 800 once, twice anymore. Sold 800 phone. That's a beautiful piece. I didn't even get to see that. Next we have a Victorian 10 karat gold and bloodstone and Scottish agate brooch. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have a couple hundred set it in. How much? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half with Jane and 75, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, 75. 4, they're out. I have 375 is online now and 400. I have 375 and 4 on that Scottish pin. I have 375 and 4, all in all on 375. It's with Kayla anymore. Kayla 375. Here we go. On a 4-piece vintage Siam sterling and yellow silver jewelry set, the brooch, earrings, and bracelet, and paneled, and all done in Niello. Niello is when they blacken the silver to give it the high contrast. What's your pleasure on that? Then we have what? $100 wear. $100 wear instead of $100 go. Instead of $100, that's sweet. No, passed away. Next object. Here we go. On a vintage man's Paul Breguet wristwatch. On the Breguet wristwatch in 14 karat gold right there. Chris is just setting up right there. And what's your pleasure on this? 350 I have it now 375. I 350 now 375. I 350 now 375. We didn't get a chance to put a band on it. 375 is on the phone now 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 is on the phone, that beautiful 14 karat gold watch. I 375 and 400 at 375 once, twice, and for 400 with on the phone with Jamie at 375. All in, all done? Jamie 375. 302. We didn't get a chance to put a band on that one. Next we have 5073 is a vintage 14 karat gold and jadeite, cabochon jadeite ring in an oval shape. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 75. 75 at 250, now 275. With Jen at 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? All in, all done at 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? All in, all done at 250 and 275. We good? We good? All good? 250 and 275. It's 250 to 73. Next we go to sterling and gold ring with onyx and diamonds. It's a ladies David Yurman sterling silver and 18 karat gold, center black onyx, and flanked by 9 tiny diamonds, size 7.5. What's your pleasure on the David Yurman ring? 150 I have and 175. I have 150 and 175. A great ring right there. I have 150 now 175. At 175 and now 200. David Yurman, a great designer. I have 150 now 175. I have 150 with Kayla and looking for 175. Is that correct? What do you have? 150. Looking for 175. I have 150 looking for 175. Any more? All in, all done at 150, 175. That nice little ring. Any more? Kayla, 150. Here we go, a 14 karat gold and carved jadeite brooch. A lovely jadeite brooch right there. And 14 karat gold. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 and 175. I have 150 now 175. I have 150, need 175. I have 150, need 175. 75 is on the phone, and now 200 at 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 2 at 175 and 2. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 200 2 1/4. I have $200 on 2 1/4 on the phone, and now 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore on the phone now. 2 1/2, and now on live auctioneers now 275, and now 275 in this vintage piece, and now 300. I 275, 300 I have on live auctioneers now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 3 1/4. 300 once, twice is with live auctioneers now with Sylvia at 300 now 3 1/4 if you want it. Any more? 300 Sylvia. Next, we have a beautiful vintage strand of 14 karat gold and angel skin colored coral bead necklace right there. And on that right there, 17.5 inches long and that lovely graduated bead necklace with gold spacers. What's your pleasure on that? 400? Oh, 100. 100 I have now 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 175 and 200. At 175 I see now 2. At 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. Beautiful strand of coral at only 175 and 200. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in, all done. That lovely necklace at only 175 and that antique necklace. Any more? It's 175. Jen. You have 200? Who has 2? I can't hear you. Oh, you can't. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Your book is out? I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 and 2 1/4 anymore. All in all, then $200. Once, twice, and $200. Kayla. And now we have a Polish modernist Orno silver and amber bracelet circa 1970s. And what's your pleasure on that bracelet? Right? Oh, that's a cool bracelet too. Some neat designer stuff. And what's your pleasure on this? A couple $100 wear. 150 I have it now 175 and 200. 200 I have and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 75. 300. At 275 with Kayla now. The book is out. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3 anymore on that neat bracelet. At 275 once, 300 in time, and now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4 anymore. All in all that 300 once, twice anymore. $300. Live auctioneers. And now we have a vintage 14 karat gold and citrine ring on that lovely ring right there. And what is your pleasure on this one? The 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. It's a beautiful ring with a teardrop-shaped citrine with a diamond in 14 karat gold. I have 100, now 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. No money for these rings. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Last call at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. All in, all done. 1 1/4. We are 1 1/4 to 73. Next item is, oh, look at this. A moonstone and kyanite bead necklace with silver fittings. Never seen anything like this in all the years we've been doing the jewelry like this. And what's your pleasure in this? Moonstone and kyanite bead necklace with silver fittings. What's your bid on this? Maybe I'll have $100 and set it in. I have the only one. 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have $100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Beautiful necklace. A 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4 once, twice in for 150. All in, all done. 1 1/4 and selling. Any more? It's 1 1/4 then. Next we have a Mexican's Tasco 990 grade silver. Amazing. It says pure silver is 999. This is 990. A high grade silver. What's your pleasure on this? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Look at the great design of this bracelet. It's all engraved and beaded. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice, aim for 250. With the Sylvia at 2 1/4 and live auctioneers, aim for 2 1/2. We good? We are 2 1/4. And we are now moving on to 5082, another great pair of diamond studs. Pair of 14 karat yellow gold stud earrings, each set with round brain cut diamonds, classic 6-prong setting, and they weigh 70 points, which is about almost 3/4 of a carat. And what's your pleasure on these? 450 I have and 475. I have 450 and 475 and that nice pair of 475 and 500 on that nice pair of diamond studs. I have only 475 and now 5. At 475 and 5, they're $2,000 in the store, I'm sure. I have 475 at 475 with Kayla and selling. At 475 once, twice went for 500 I have in 550. Great pair of studs. I have 500 now 550. At 500 once, 550 and 600. 600, 650. I have 600 now 650. I have $600 only. Great pair of stud earrings. Great Christmas present. 650 is 700. I have 650 and 700. At 650 once, 650 twice went for 700. All in 650. Any more? Kayla all the way. 650. Next we have a 14 karat gold and black onyx oval cabochon black onyx ring set, 14 karat gold, a nice vintage piece right there. And what is your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 and 175 and 150 and 175 at 150 and 75 anymore at 150 and 175 anymore. All in, all done at 150. Anyone for 175 at 150? It's 150 to 107. 107 buys. Next we go to a lovely 14 karat white gold and diamond heart form pendant. Little heart form pendant right there. And on the, what's your pleasure on this one here? Lovely piece right there. Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. 100 I have and 1/4 and 1/2 and 75 and 200 and 175 and now 2. I 175 and 2. No money for this. Can you imagine what you pay in a store? I have 200 with Jamie on the phone now. At 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4 and selling at only $200, 2 1/4. Look at that lovely pendant, all set with diamonds. I have 200 and selling once, twice, anymore with Jamie. Jamie, 200. And now we have a Italian red lacquered bracelet and matching earring set right here. And on this right here, what's your pleasure? 175 and 200. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 now 275. At 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. At 250 and 75 anymore? 275. 300 I have and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4. I have 300 3 1/4 anymore? 300 once, twice, in for 3 1/4. It's 300 to 107. Here's a vintage piece right here, a Victorian 14 karat gold Pieta Dura floral brooch. It's all inlaid with colored stones inlaid in that black onyx base. And what's your pleasure on that? 150 have it now 175 and 200 at 175 and 2 in that vintage piece. It has engraving around the edge. It's engraved. It says engraving says Florence in 1853. That's when that was made. I have 175 and now 2 at 175 and 2 anymore. All in all, then 175. Once, twice. Somebody brought it back from Italy in 1853. Any more? 175. Next, we have a charm bracelet, a sterling silver charm bracelet. Fun little charm bracelet. We got hearts on it and dolphins. And what's your pleasure on the charm bracelet? 20. What? 20. Okay. I have 20 now 30. At 20 now 30. At 20 now 30. At 20 now 30. I don't like those low numbers. 30 now 40. I have 30 now 40. Quickly, I'm going to sell it. I have 30 now 40. 30 now 40. Any more? All in, all done at $30. Once, twice, I went for $40. $30. Here we go. Another diamond heart pendant. If you didn't get the last one, here's another good one. 14 karat gold and diamond heart pendant on a gold chain right there. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 150 have it now 175. I have 150 now 175. No money for these at all though. 175 and 200 I have on the phone. 2 and a quarter now. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 2 and a quarter. Lovely heart form pendant. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Back to you, Jamie. I have 2 and a quarters online now 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 75. It's upside down. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 once, twice, going for 275. Selling once, twice, and it's. Did you have 250? 250, Jamie. Next, we have a pair of white gold diamond studs, half carat total weight. And what do you want? What was your pleasure on those lovely half carat diamonds right there, set in white gold? And how much? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275, a nice pair of diamond studs. And 275 is on the phone, 300. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 3, 275 and 3. Reasonable for half carat total weight. I have 275 and now 300. I have only 275 and 300 if you'd like them. I have 275 once, twice, and for 300. 300 I have and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 online, now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter is on the phone with Patrick and now 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter for a half carat, 3 and a half and 375. I 350 now 375. I 350 and 375 you wanted. 350's online with Kayla and 375 anymore. 350 once, twice, and went for 375. 375 in time, and now 400. It's on the phone at 375 and 400. Not even $200 per ear. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 400. At 375 once, twice, and for 400. All in, all done. Quickly. 375, Patrick. And now we're moving on to 5090, a vintage 14 karat gold and sapphire ring. Lovely little diamond and sapphire ring right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Beautiful little diamonds and sapphire ring right there. And it is size 5.5. I have 100 now quarter. I have only $100, 100 a quarter. Any more than $100, 100 a quarter, 1.5. I 1 a quarter, 1.5, at 1 a quarter, 1.5. At 1 a quarter, 1.5 anymore. At only 125. No money for these. At 1 a quarter, 1.5. So 1 a quarter, 310 buys. 125, 310. All right, off we go. Next we have an antique 14 karat gold and dark Mabe pearl and emerald pendant. Look at that. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this lovely pendant right here? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2. 2 I have 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. At only $200. Sleeping on this one, that's a rare thing. At 200, there's black Mabe pearl. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter. All in, all done at $200. $200, 73 buys. Next we have a lovely vintage 14 karat gold sapphire and diamond circle form brooch. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 here and 175. 200 and 200, 2 and a quarter, 2.5, 75, 300, 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. At 300 with Kayla all the way. At 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. 300 once, twice, and Kayla 300. Next, we have a 14 karat gold and garnet emerald cluster ring right here. And on that lovely emerald ring, garnet ring rather, with 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on that? 150 I have, 175, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. This is a beautiful vintage ring. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At only $200, 2 1/4, going to sell it. So I'm going to absentee this time at 200, 2 1/4. Absentee, 200. And a 14 karat gold ring with smoky quartz, a lovely smoky quartz ring right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 175, a beautiful ring. 170, 200, 175 now too. At 175 too, I have 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in all, down at 200, 2 1/4. Once, twice, anymore. Nice ring, only $200. It's $200, 73. Next, we have a vintage gilded silver and garnet bangle bracelet. Most of the garnets are from Czechoslovakia. And here we go. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 have, now 175. I have 150 and 175. At 150 in that nice bangle and gilded silver with garnets, a vintage piece. At 150 once, twice in for 175. Any more? It's 150 then. Next we have a vintage Boucher 14 karat gold Swiss-made spherical pendant watch. Boucher, a very big name in watches right there. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 175 and now 200. I 175 and 2. 200 I have and 2 1/4. 200 with Jamie, now 2 1/4. I 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. That rare watch at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I had 2 1/2 on the phone and now 275. 275 and 300 and 300. I have 275 and 3. I 300. I 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4 anymore. 3 1/4 is on the phone. 3 1/2. I 3 1/4. 3 1/2. I 3 1/4. 3 1/2 and 375. 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 now 375. I 350 and 75. Yes, on the phone at 400 now. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 4. At 375 and 4 and 375. 400 I have now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. That's half the value of the gold alone. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 is on the phone. 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4. 4 1/2. At 4 1/4. 4 1/2 and 475. At 475. At 475. Yes, and now 500. I have 475 on the phone, now 500. Under 500, under the price of gold. I have 500 now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 5 and 550. At 500 once, twice, and for 550, 550, 600. I have 550 with Jamie on the phone, now 600. Brand new condition. I have 600. I have now 650. I have 600 now 650 in that rare pendant watch. I have $600 only and 650 with Jamie and 700. I have 650 now 700. I have 650 and 700. That rare pendant watch by Boucher. 9 pennyweights of 14 karat gold. I only have 650. Once, twice. Going to sell it. Any more? Jamie 650. Next, we have another vintage and an antique piece right here. 14 karat gold Pietra Dura Lily of the Valley pendant right there in 14 karat gold. A beautiful vintage piece. Again, all that is all inlaid stone. And on that, what would you like to go with that? 150 have, 175, 200, 200 here, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. With Jen at 2 1/4, absentee bid and 2 1/2 if you want it on that nice vintage Pietra Dura pendant brooch. 2 1/4 once, twice anymore. Jen 2 1/4. Next, we have vintage 14 karat gold, a ring with 3 marquee-shaped sapphires and diamond spacers. On that right there, what do you have? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275, and 300. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. 300, 3 1/4. That's a buy. I 300 now 3 1/4. That lovely ring. At 300 once, 300 twice. Going to sell for 3 1/4. With Jen now, the floor is out. Once, twice, and 3 1/4 in time, and 3 1/2. No, I 3 1/4 with Kayla. I 3 1/4 with Kayla, now 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. 325 once, twice, and with 3 1/2. Kayla 3 1/4. Next we have is a 10 karat gold yellow diamond ring with channel set diamonds right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? Size 7. 150 here, and 175, and 200 on the floor. I have 200 on the floor, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275. I have 250 with online, and 275 on the floor, and 300. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 online, now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarters over here, and now 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarters on the floor, and 3 and a half online, and 375. I have 350 now, 375. I have 350 and 75. Any more? 350 once, 350 twice, and for 375. 375 is on the floor, and 400, and 400. I have 375 and now 4. I have 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400, 4 and a quarter. Any more? Online at 400 once, twice. Any more? 400. Kayla. All right, here we go. Next we have an African amber bead choker from Mali. Graduated beads, and on the right there, what's your pleasure? 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 200. Look at that great necklace. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2, 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and 2 and a quarter. At 200, 2 and a quarter. Any more? All in, all done at 200, 2 and a quarter. Who has the 200? Kayla's at 200 online and 2 and a quarter. Any more? Once, twice, and it's 200, Kayla. Next we go to Lot 5101, and look at this jade and 14 karat gold Art Deco jadeite bracelet right there. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 275 and 300. 3 and a quarter, I like that better. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half, and 3 and a quarter. That vintage Art Deco and jadeite and gold bracelet. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter with a live auctioneers and 3 and a half if you want it. I have 3 and a quarter once, 3 and a quarter twice, and went for 3 and a half. Any more? It's at 3 and a quarter and selling, and it's sold 3 and a quarter. Next we have a 14 karat gold and Baroque freshwater pearl necklace. And what's your pleasure in that? 19 and a half inches long with a 14 karat gold clasp with freshwater pearls. And what's your pleasure in this guy? 150 I have, and now 175. I have 150, 175, 175. On the phone, now 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2. Any more? 175 once, twice, and for 200. Phone, 175. 329 buys. Next we have a vintage jade and 10 karat gold ring from the 1970s. Size 7. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 200? I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. A beautiful ring from an estate up northern Maine. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Any more? Any more? Any more? Any more? 2 and a quarter, 310. 2 and a quarter, 310. And off we go. Next we have an 18 karat gold and diamond solitaire. 18 karat gold setting with a diamond solitaire, 25 point a quarter carat diamond, size 6.5. What's your pleasure in this? What's your pleasure on this nice little diamond solitaire? A couple $100 wear. Anyway, it's a couple $100 wear. $100 wear. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. No money for that. A 1 a quarter, 1 half, a 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. And 1 a quarter, 1 half anymore. I have 1 a quarter and 1 a half. 1 and a half I have, and now 175 on the floor. 150 now, 175 and 150 and 75. Nice little quarter carat diamond in an 18 karat gold setting. Reasonable for that. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Yours. 1 and a half right there. 165, 150, 165. Next we go to a vintage Victorian 14 karat white gold framed shell carved cameo brooch with a diamond necklace. She has a diamond necklace on. What's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. I have 100. This is a period piece, all shell carved, probably done in 1 and a quarter with a diamond necklace. 150, 175. I 150 now 175. Very nice quality. I 150, 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. Large size cameo with a diamond necklace. I 175 and now 2. At 175 once, 175 twice, and for 200 on that lovely brooch. Any more? It's 175 then. And 5106 is going to be... Oh, we have this vintage Boucher 18 karat gold blue enamel pendant watch right here. Can we see the back of that, Chris? Flip it on the back. I want to see what the back looks like. Oh, yeah. It has gold inlay on the back. And on that right there, on the Boucher watch, what's your pleasure in this? 400 I have, and now four and a quarter, and four and a half, 475, 500, I 500, 550, 600, I 550 now 600, I 550 now 600, 550 and 600, 650, I have 600 only and 650 in that rare watch. I have 600 now 6.5, I have 600 now 650s on the phone, 700 now. I have 650 and 700, that beautiful watch. 700 I have now 750. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 online 750 with Jamie now 800. I have 750 now 800. It's 800 I have, and now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, that beautiful watch at 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5 now with Jamie, now 900. I have 850 now 9. I have 850 now 900. I have 850 once, twice in for 900 with 900 in time, and now 950. I'm 900 now 9.5. I'm 900 now 9.5 if you'd like it. 950 with Jamie, now 1,000. I have 950 with Jamie on the phone, and now 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 on live auction, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100 I have, and now 12 on the phone at 11 and 12. 11 is on the phone at 12, but if you want it, I have 1,100 once, twice, 1,200 I have with live auctioneers, and now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. Fabulous watch. 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300, now 14. I have 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300 with Jamie once, twice, any more? Sold. 1,300, Jamie. 302, 1,300. Oh, this is a neat piece right here. This is a Renesta Leland Zuni sterling silver inlaid opal pendant signed by the maker. And on it right there, may I add $300, 300 I have on the floor, and three and a quarter, and 3.5. I 3.25, 3.5. What a beautiful pendant. Fire opal, probably Australian. I 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5, 3.25, 3.5 anymore. 3.5 and 375 and 400. Holler if I don't. Is that yes? 400. You need to see the card. 400 now 4.25. They're out. I have 400 on the floor now 4.25. I have 400 on the floor. Gentleman left at 400 4.25. Holler if I don't see you. I have 400 now 4.25 anymore. Yours $400. Number 54. $400 to 54. And this one here, we have a vintage 14 karat gold and green tourmaline and diamond ring, size 5.5. Beautiful ring right there. And what's your pleasure on this? I have what? 275 and 300. 300 I have, and 3.25, 3.25, 3.5, 75, 400, 400, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 4.25 where? I have 4.25 there, and 4.5. It's on Patrick's phone now, 4.5 on that phone, and now 475, 75, and 500. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 and now 500, that rare ring. I have 475 and 500. I have 500 now 550 and 550, one of you. I have 500 now 500, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 at 550 is with Jen now, and 600 if you like it. At 550 once, 550 twice, went for 600 with Jen all the way. Jen, 550. 314. Next we have an Edwardian 14 karat gold ring with a carved amethyst, a very unusual piece with a carved amethyst center. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2, that nice period ring at only 175 and 200. At 175 once, twice, went for 200. That beautiful original ring right there at only 175 and 200. A nice dark amethyst. 200 I have, and set at 200 now, 2.25. I have only 2 and 2.25. Has a lovely engraved setting, 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 on that lovely ring right there. I have 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 once, twice, and for 250. We're all in all then at 2.25, 2.5, 2.25. Live auctioneers. Oh, these are lovely right here. Look at these. A pair of 14 karat gold and garnet safety pin form earrings. Safety pin form earrings. What's your pleasure on those? 175 and 200. I 175 and 200, 175 and 2. At 175 and 200, I have on the phone 2.25 here, 2.25 on the floor, and 2.5. I have 2.25 on the 2.5, 75. I have 250s on the 275 and 300. I all the way with Kayla now, 275 and now 3. A 300's on the floor and center. At 300 now 3.25. I have 300 now 3.25, 300 3.25. It's on the floor with the gentleman seated center. At 300 once, twice, in for 3.25. 300, you got it. 300 to 58. 300 to 58. Next, we have a 14 karat gold rope chain. 14 karat gold rope chain right there. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5 and 4.25, 4.5. A really nice, fine gold rope chain. At 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5 anymore. At 4.25 once, twice, and for 4.5. All in, at 4.25 with Kayla. At 4.25 anymore. 4.5, 475, 475, 500. No, I 475 with Kayla now, and now 500 to 475 and 5. The floor is out, book's out. 475 with Kayla. Any more? Kayla, 475. Oh, here's a sweet little bracelet right here, especially if you're going down to the islands or something. It's 14 karat gold with sand dollar motif, and on that right there, that lovely little bracelet. What's your pleasure on that? 350 and 375 and 400 and 400 and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 and 4.25, 4 and 4.25. I have 400 and 4.25. Love the little bracelet. Seems reasonable. I'm sure it'd be a fortune down in the islands if you had to buy it in the store. I have 400 and 4.25 anymore. Last call. Once, twice, and Kayla, 400. Next, we have another Art Deco, period Art Deco 14 karat gold and carved jadeite brooch. And on that, the Art Deco brooch, what's your pleasure on that? 125 I have, and now 150. I have 125 and 150 in that rare Art Deco brooch in jadeite and gold in 14 karat. I have 1.25, 1.5. I have 1.25, 1.5, and 175. I have 150, now 175. Of course, in 200, at 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 200. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's only 175 right now with live auctioneers and 200 if you want it. All in, all done. 175. And a beautiful piece here, 14 karat gold gilt silver pendant with ruby and diamonds. Look at this here. Isn't that a great design? And on that right there, what's your pleasure? I have $500 and $550 now. I have $550, $600, $600, $650. I have $600 now, $650, and $600, $650. I have $600 now, $650, and $600, $650. I have $600 once, twice, and $650 if you like it. Any more? All in, all done. $600, $650. Beautiful piece right there. Look at that ruby. I have $600 now, $650. Any more? $600. Your guy. He's going to be happy. He's going to be a happy boy. Get that. Next we go to a 14 karat gold ring with synthetic sapphire. Looks more like a amethyst, but here we go. What's your pleasure on this? 1.25, size 6. 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5. 1.25, 1.5 anymore. 1.5 and 75. At 150 now 175. Nice heavy setting. At 150 now 175. At 150 once, twice in for 175. Any more? All in, all done at 150, 175. We are 150. And another one, an antique Victorian 14 karat gold and garnet ring. Four separate stones of garnet. What's your pleasure on that one? 150 and 175 on that vintage ring. I 150 and 175, size 5.5. I 150 and 175. 150 once, twice, 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. I have 175 only in 200. Going to sell it. 175 all in, all done at 175. Any more? 175. Next we have a 10 karat gold long guard a slide chain with opal accent. And what's your pleasure on that? 1.25 and 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5, 1.25, 1.5. That's a nice slide chain for a pendant watch. I 1.25, 1.5. Hey Gary, I 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25 once, twice, and for 150. Any more? All in, all done at 1.25, 1.5. It's 1.25 then. Here's a vintage pair of 14 karat gold oval clip earrings. Oval clip earrings right there. And what's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100 1 1/4. Nice colored oval shaped coral earrings. I have 100 1 1/4. I have 100 1 1/4 anymore. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. No money for these. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2 of these heavy gold clip earrings. 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 now 175. I 150 175 anymore. All in at 150, 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. All in at 175 and 200 anymore. 175, 107. Next, we have a designer sterling silver and 18 karat gold coin motif ring. It almost looks like it has a double-headed coin on it, and it almost looks like David Yurman design, but it's not marked anywhere we could find. What's your pleasure on this? On the designer ring, may we have what? $100 square. Set it in. And he said $100 on that ring. And is it in the ring at all? No. Pass that one away. Next item. Next, we have a vintage 14 karat gold lapis bracelet. A nice heavy lapis bracelet with gold. What's your pleasure on that? May we have a couple $100 to set in. How much? 150. I have it now 175. I 150 and 175 in that period bracelet. I 150, 175, 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 200 I have and now 2 1/4. Look at the quality of that. Has symbols in between 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 275. The great quality lapis in that bracelet. I 2 1/2 and now 275. I 250 and 275. 275 and 300. Beautiful quality. I like this new turntable. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I 300 3 1/4. Beautiful quality lapis in that. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, it's all the way with Kaler. 350 with Kaler and now 375. I 350 now 375. At 350 and 75 at 350 and 75. 375 and 4 now. I 375 and 4. 375 and 4. Quickly, I'm going to sell it. 400 I have and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. Beautiful bracelet. I have 400 once, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and going. 4 1/4 once, 4 1/4 twice, 4 1/2 if you want it. It's going to go. We good? 4 1/4. We got to move on. Next we have a lovely piece right here. This is an Italian 14 karat gold peridot and diamond pendant form necklace with a teardrop shaped peridot stone set in 14 karat gold. Lovely piece right there. And what is your pleasure? You got 3 phones? And 150, 175, 200 I have, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 now, 275 if you want it. 275 online and 300. I have 275 and now 3. 300 I have and now 3 on the phone and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 online now 350. I have 3 1/4 now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 now 3 1/2. I have 350 I have with Jamie's phone now 375. I 350 and 75. I 350 and 375 online now 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and now 4. 375 and 4. 400 I have with Jamie now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 4 1/4 anymore. Last call at 400 4 1/4. It's on the phone once, twice, and sold. Phone 400. Next we have an Italian 14 karat gold box link chain. A nice little box link chain right there. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have and now 1/4. I have $100 now 100 1/4, $100 100 1/4. A nice handmade box link chain in 14 karat gold. I have only $100 100 1/4. Can't imagine. I have 1 1/4 on the floor and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 on the floor, 1 1/2 if you'd like it. Can you imagine what you'd pay in a store for that? 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 now 175. Boy, if you need a chain, that's no money. I 150 now 175. At 150 175. At 150 once, twice 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 and that nice finely woven chain. Box link. At 175 and now 2. All in, all done at 175 200. If you want it, it's 175 then. Next we have the Art Deco Avia 14 karat gold enamel pendant watch. And on the right, to turn it the other way, will you? Turn it this way. This is the side they want to see. Lovely enamel and diamonds and white gold. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that one? 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5, 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5, that's a 4.5 and 475 in that beautiful Art Deco piece. Beautiful condition. 475 and 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 and now 500, 475 and 5. A lovely piece right there at 475 and 500. The bar pin is set with diamonds. The top bar pin right here is set with diamonds. Diamonds in there. I have 475. What we 475? What do you 475? Looking for 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 and now 500, 475 and 5. I have 475, 500, 500. I have 550. I have 500 now 550. I have only 500 now 550. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. That rare watch. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 once, twice in for $600. All in all then at 550 and 600. I have 550 with Kayla now and 600. Any more? 550 once, twice and 600. Beautiful watch, pendant watch. 550 it is. Next we have an antique Victorian 14 karat gold shell carved cameo from the Victorian era in gold. What's your pleasure with that? Maybe have a couple $100 set it in. 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 200 quarter. 100 quarter, now 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25 with Patrick on the phone, and 1.5. At 1.25 once, twice, and with 1.5. Nice buy on that. Any more? All in, all done. 1.25 Patrick. 311 buys, okay. Next we have a 14 karat gold, a multi-gemstone ring set with, including peridot, pink sapphire, and other stones. And on that right there is this. On that right there, it has all those colored stones in a marquee shapes. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that nice little ring right there? Maybe a couple $100 set in, $100 wear instead of $100 in the ring. No one's that ring? Once, twice, and passed away then. Next object. Next we have a vintage 14 karat gold and diamond line bracelet. A nice diamond line bracelet. They're all channel set diamonds in that bracelet right there. And what's your pleasure on that right there? 300 I have, and now 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25, 3.25, of course, and 3.5. This is a vintage 14 karat gold and diamond line bracelet. I have 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, and 75. Way under the money. At 3.5 now, 375. I have 350 and 375. It has 100 diamonds in it. I have 350 now, 375. I have only 350 and going to sell it. I had 350 once, 350 twice, 375. All in all, 375 here. Thank you. And 400. I had 375 on the floor. No money for this. Scraps for more than that. I had 375 and now 400. I had 370, 400. I have in 4.25. Still under the gold. Still under the gold price. I have 400 now, 4.25. 4.25 on the floor and 4.5. I have 4.25, 4.5. 100 diamonds in it. I have 4.5 and 75. I have 450 now, 475. 475 and now 500. Look great on you. I have 475 now 500. I have 475 and 5 anymore. Last call. Once, twice, and sold. 475. Nice buy. 475 to 57. 475. 57 is the buyer. Next we go to a Himalayan style necklace with mixed materials. It has coral, bone, coral, cloisonne, some type of wood, all fitted in silver. What's your pleasure on this one? But we have what? A couple $100 to set it in. $200. Where is it? $200 and go. Wait a minute, we got the wrong one. Oh, that's right. Yeah, sorry. I marked my sheet wrong. Okay, here we go. On that necklace right there, what's your pleasure, man? We have $100 and set it in. $100 wear and set it in. A nice, unusual necklace. You have the only one like it. It's all handmade. $100 wear. No one's that piece. Passed away. Next object. 100 I have. It's for sale. It's unreserved. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? On the Himalayan necklace, $100. It's all fitted with wood, unusual wooden pieces in the bottom. $100 sold. $100. Moving on. $100. Online bidder. Next we have a 14 karat gold pear-shaped garnet pendant right here and 14 karat gold. And what's your pleasure on that pendant right there? 150 I have, 175. I 150, 75, and now 200. I 175 and now 2. I 175 and 2, 175, 2. A nice heavy gold mount on that, and a huge oval teardrop shaped stone. At 175 and now 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 on the floor and 2 and a quarter. 200 once, twice, and 2 and a quarter. Any more? $200.58. Here we go. Next, we have a yellow gold and diamond ladies ring, 1/3 carat diamond and size 7. And what's your pleasure? And a nice little diamond ring right there with 1/3 carat. Couple of dollars. 150 I have and 175. I 150 and 175. 175 and 200. I 175 is on the floor and 200. I 175 and 2. I 175 and 2. 175 and 2 anymore. All in all, on 175. It's a 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. It's 1/3 of a carat. 2 and a quarter I have and 2 and a half. I 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Anymore? Who has the 2 and a quarter? You have the 2 and a quarter? Anymore? 2 and a quarter to 62. 62 buys. All right, next we go to. Here's a pretty ring right here. Here's an Edwardian 18 karat gold ring set with sapphires and diamonds. On that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 2 and a half and 275 at 250 and 275 at 250 and 275 of course and 300 at 275 and now 3 in that beautiful ring at 270 300 I have on the phone 3 and a quarter I 300 on the phone 3 and a quarter 3 and a quarter with Sylvia now 3 and a half 3 and a half is on the floor here in the front I 3 and a half is on the floor now 375 I 350 is on the floor to my left at 350 and 375 any more at 350 all over the place 375 400 here and 4 and a quarter I have 400 now 4 and a quarter I have 400 on the phone with Jamie now 4 and a quarter I have 400 now 4 and a quarter anymore at 400 once twice went for 4 and a quarter once twice and Jamie's gonna get it at 400 Jamie 400 you got it. Next, we have a pair of 14 karat gold cultured pearl stud earrings right there. They're 10.5 millimeter. Beautiful earrings right there. And they. On the earrings right here, 14 karat gold cultured pearl earrings. May I have what? 150 I have, 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 2, 200 here and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. At 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. I have 200 with you, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter anymore. At 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half now, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275. At 250 is here and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 once, twice, and with 275. It's online with Jasmine now. Jasmine 250. Next we have a vintage strand of coral beads. Beautiful strand of coral beads right there, 5 millimeter in diameter, in a salmon orange hue with fine luster. And on that right there, 41.3 grams of coral, vintage coral necklace. What's your pleasure on that? 225 and 250, 275. I have 250 and 275 and that nice strand necklace. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 only and 275 and that vintage strand of coral. I have 250 and 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3 anymore. All in all then at 250, 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. I have $300 only in selling at 300 once, twice in for 3 and a quarter on the coral necklace. Any more? It's $300 then. And we have another 14 karat gold and diamond bangle bracelet. A nice bangle bracelet right there. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure on that? 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. A lot of diamonds right there. I have 4 and a half and 475. I have 450 and 475. I have 450 and 475. It's nice because they have these little gold bars in between each diamond. 475 and now 500. I have 475 and now 500. Should be being way over that. We're going to sell it. I have 475 and now 5 on that nice diamond bracelet. I have 475 and now 500. At 475 once, twice in for 500. Well, in all then at 475 and 500 if you like it. It's 475 then. And we have a 14 karat gold pendant with drop shaped Mabe pearl and diamond on the top. And what's your pleasure on this one? 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, and that beautiful pendant right there. At 250 and 75. At 250 and 75. Any more? Last call at 250 and 275. Nice heavy gold mount on that. At 250 and 275. Any more? All in, all done. At 250 once, twice, and it's 250. And here we go, antique 18 karat gold garnet and diamond ring right here. What's your pleasure on this one? 1.25 and 1.5. 1.5 is on the floor and 175, 200 on the floor and 2.25. I have 200 on the floor and 2.25. I have 200 on the floor and 2.25, 200, 2.25. Any more? Last call at 200, 2.25, 200 to 63. $200 to 63. Next we have a vintage 14 karat gold sapphire and diamond ring, size 6.5, with 3 marquee-shaped sapphires and little diamonds. What's your pleasure on this one? 1.25 and 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5 anymore. At 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, nice buy for that. At 1.25, 1.5, size 6.5. Any more? 1.25 it is. And next we have a vintage pair of 14 karat gold and golden topaz earrings, French wire earrings. What's your pleasure on these? 2.25 and 2.5. I 2.25, 2.5 as your phone's out. I 2.25, 2.5 and 2.25, 2.5. 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. 275 and 300. I 275 and 3 now. I 275 and 3 at 275 and 3. At 275 once, twice, I went for 300. All in, all done. 275. 300 I have in time and 3.25. I 300 now, 3.25, 300, 3.25. I 300, 3.25. Any more? Last call at 300, 3.25. Any more? Sold 300. We were on 5138. 5138, and that one is going to be a 14 karat gold clasp 2-strand black cultured pearl necklace. And on that right there, what is your pleasure? Well, they're 8mm pearls. And what's your pleasure on that one? 175 and 200, 200 and 2.25, 2.5, 2.25, 2.5 now, 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 with Kayla and 275, 275 and 300. I have 275. They're beautiful. I have 275. Look how nicely they match and nice iridescence to them. At 275 and now 3. At 275 once, twice with 300. Any more? Kayla 275. And now we have a 14 karat gold tennis bracelet set with cubic zirconia and 7.8 pennyweights of gold on that one. What's your pleasure on that? Boy, that's nice looking. Boy, you can't tell that those are cubic zirconia. Wow. What do we have there? 350 I have, and now 375. I 350 and 375 at 350 and 75. I 350 and 75 anymore. I 350 and 75. There's 7.8 pennyweights of 14 karat gold in it. I have 350 and 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 4. I have 375 and 400 anymore. At 375 once, twice, went for 400. Reasonable for that at 375. I'm going to go 375 to 73. 375, 73 buys. Next we go to, this is a lovely piece right here. This is a vintage 14 karat gold and diamond 4-leaf clover brooch. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that lovely little brooch right there? 150 I have it now, 175. I have 150 now, 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175. 175 and now 200. 200 I have it now, 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. Beautiful period brooch. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. 200, 2.25 anymore. It's 200 with Sylvia. 2.25 if you'd like it. Any more? Once, twice, and it's $200. Live auctioneers gets that guy. Next we have a 14 karat gold diamond 3-stone pendant. Look at this piece here. There's 3/4 of a carat of diamonds in 14 karat gold. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 200 I have, and now 2.25. I have 200, 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, 250 on the floor and 275. I have 250s on the floor and 275. At 250 and 275, at 250 and 75. 275, 300 on the floor and 3.25. I have 300 on the floor and 3.25. I have only 300 and 3.25. At 300's on the floor with a gentleman seated once, twice, anyone for 3.25. All in, all done, 300, 3.25. $300 to 54. That would have gone nice on that box link chain. Too late now, right? I think there's more chains coming up. Next, we have a 14 karat gold opal inlaid ring with iolite. And on that rare, unusual ring right there, what's your pleasure on that? 200 here. It's at 2 1/4, size 6.5, 2 1/4, all over the place, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Sylvia. 2 1/2 I need. I have 2 1/4 need 2 1/2. 250 have it now 275. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 and 75 if you like it 250 and 75. At 250 and 75 and that beautiful ring. I have 250 and 275. Unusual piece. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. Jen 250. An antique Victorian 14 karat gold aquamarine and sapphire ring. A beautiful aquamarine and sapphire ring right there, size 5.5. And what's your pleasure on this one? How much? 150 and 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. Any more? All in all, then at 175 and 200. 175 to 99. Next, we have an Art Deco 14 karat gold and gemstone link bracelet right here. It's has amethyst, citrine, blue topaz, and all mounted in 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on this one? 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 400. 370, 400. I have 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have only $400 and 4 1/4. A nice heavy gold bracelet with the gemstones. I have 400 now 4 1/4. Any more? 400 once, twice, in for 4 1/4. All in, all done. At only 400. Gonna go. Any more? Sold 400. Next, we have a vintage carnelian bead necklace with silver clasp. On that carnelian bead necklace, a nice vintage piece right there. What's your pleasure on that? 30, I have it now 40. I have 30 now 40 on that beautiful piece of carnelian necklace. I have only $30 and 40 if you want it. You couldn't buy the clasp of that. 40, of course, now 50. I have 40 now 50 in carnelian. I have 40 now 50 anymore. Last call at $40 only in that lovely period necklace. Have 40 and 50 if you want it. Any more? 50, I have in 60 now. Quickly, I have 50 and 60. We've got to move on. I have 50 once, twice, and for $60. It's $50 then. And a pair of 14 karat gold mounted black pearl studs right there. And on the black pearl studs right there, and 14 karat gold, it doesn't say what size they are. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 150 have and 175. Anything on that? 175 and 200. I have 175 now 2. 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 75, no. I have 250, Jen's out. I have 250 now 275. Beautiful pair of studs right there. I have 250, 275. Any more? Kayla, 250. Next we have an antique English 9 karat gold ring set with 2 oval cabochon opals flanked on either side by oval garnet in the center. What's your pleasure on that? 150 I have it now 175. I have 150 and 175 and 150 and 75. I have 150, 175 and 200. That's a nice period ring. I have 175 and now 2. And 175 and now 200, 175 and 2 in that vintage ring at only 175 and 200 anymore. All in all on 175 and 200. 175, 107, 175, 107. Next, we have a vintage 18 karat gold smoky quartz cocktail ring. And on that gold cocktail ring right there, what's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 75. I have 250 now 275. At 250 and 75, at 250 and 75 anymore. All in all done at 250 to 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3. I think it's much better than that. It's 275 and 3 anymore. All in all done at 275 once, twice anymore. 300 I have in a time and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300 3 1/4 anymore. All in all done 300, 3 1/4, 300, 310, 300 to 310. All right, next we go to, we have 5149. 5149 is 3 Victorian 14 karat gold agate brooches. And on these right here, what's your pleasure? One and a quarter and one and a half, or one and a quarter, one and a half, and the 3 period Victorian brooches in gold and agate. I 125, now 150, at 125, 150. Seems awfully cheap for those. At one and a quarter, one and a half. At one and a quarter, one and a half, at one and a quarter, one and a half anymore. All in, all done at one and a quarter, one and a half. Selling once, twice, and one and a quarter. Next we have a sterling silver belt buckle. Morgan Sterling was set with a Morgan dollar, and it's made by Boyd of Reno, Nevada. Reno, Nevada. It's a 1879 U.S. Morgan silver dollar. What's your pleasure on that? 500 I have, and now 550. I 500 now 550 on that custom designer buckle by Boyd of Reno, Nevada. I 500 now 550. I 500 once. I 500 twice. I went to 550. Any more than $500? It's 500 then. Next we have a Victorian 14 karat gold, multicolored gold floral locket on that lovely locket right there. What's your pleasure on that? 375 and 400. I 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. At 375 and now 400 is 8.5 pennyweights of gold in the 14 karat gold in that. I 375, 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have four and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter in that beautiful locket at 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At only 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter once, twice, and he went for 4 and a half. It has that beautiful multicolored gold flower on the front. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. Any more? At 425 once, twice, and went for 4 and a half. It's 425 then. Here we have a white gold ring set with a large cubic zirconia. And what's your pleasure on that one in gold? 150 I have, and now 175. I 150, 175. At 150, 175, 150, 175. At 150, 175 anymore in white gold with all that stones inlaid in the side. I've only 150, 175. At 150, 175, a nice ring. At only 150, 175 anymore. All in all then at 150, it is 150 then. And we have a pair of 14 karat gold mounted carved red jasper scarab earrings. Those are neat. With omega backs. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 275 and 300 now. I 275 is not 4 and 300 I have online now and 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter. I 300 3 and a quarter. It's with Kayla at 300 online now and 3 and a quarter if you want it. Kayla 300. Here we go. A strand of 14 karat gold clasp with spinach jade bead necklace right there. 8 millimeter jade beads, light spinach green tone with translucence, and 14 karat gold clasp. What's your pleasure on that lovely strand of beads right there? 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2 and 175 and 2. And 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. That beautiful strand of jade beads. I have only 200 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 2 and a quarter anymore. All in all done at 200 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. No money for these. I have 2 and a quarter with Sylvia and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter once, twice, one for 250. All in all, that to 2 and a half in time and 275. They're way under the money. I have 250 now, 275. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300 at 20 inches length. At 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice. Going to sell them. 300 in time and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 3 and a quarter once, twice, and for 3 and a half anymore. Sylvia, 3 and a quarter. Next we have an antique sterling silver gilt cameo bracelet with all the individual carved shell cameos. And what's your pleasure on that? How much? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70, 80, now 90, 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. At 90 now 100 and 90 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100. This is a vintage bracelet with carved cameos. I only $100, 100 a quarter anymore. 100 once, twice, I went for 100 a quarter. $100. Next we have the mate to that other sterling silver belt buckle. This is sterling silver engraved buckle with a silver dollar by Boyd of Reno, Nevada. It has a genuine 1921 Morgan silver dollar in it. And what's your pleasure on that one? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, twice, you went for 3 1/2. It's 3 1/4. Next we have a lovely Art Deco sterling silver and Bakelite or enameled a ring around the two deer. And what's your pleasure on that? 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. At $90 now 100 if you like it. At $90 now 100. Look at the size of that brooch. Beautiful enamel work. I have 90 now 100. It almost looks like it's done by one of the Art Deco artists. I have $90 only, selling once, twice anymore. $90. And we have a sterling silver ring with 1.82 carat certified heated natural blue sapphire. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It has a shirt with it. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4 once, twice, 150. Sold 1 1/4. Next we have a vintage 14 karat gold sapphire and diamond ring on that little ring right there. What's your pleasure on this? 150, I have 175 now. I have 150 now, 175. I have 150 now, 175. A sweet little ring with sapphire and diamonds. I have 150 now, 175. Any more? Selling once, twice, at 150 anymore. 150 it is. Next we have a pair of 14 karat gold floral form earrings right there. And what's your pleasure on those? 200 I have, and now 275, and now 300. I 275, 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4, 300 3 1/4. 4.2 pennyweights of 14 karat gold. I have only $300 now 3 1/4. Beautiful leaf form earrings. I 300 now 3 1/4. Selling once, selling twice at 300 3 1/4 anymore. 300 it is. And this lovely vintage 14 karat gold and amethyst necklace. Look at this piece right here. Look at this lovely necklace right here. And may we have what on this? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 75. I 250 now 275. Should be everywhere. That's a beautiful necklace. I 250 now 275 and 300. I 275 and now 300 to 275 and 3. At 300 I have and 3 1/4. Beautiful vintage necklace in gold and amethyst. I 300 only and 3 1/4. I 300 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 3 1/2. Look at the quality of that necklace. 3 1/2 matching amethyst. 375 and 400. I 375 and 4 should be everywhere. 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 400 4 1/4. I have 400 4 1/4 anymore. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 4 1/2. Beautiful necklace. You won't find another one like this. 4 1/2 and 75. 450 in white gold. At 450 and 475. Selling once, selling twice. At only 450 and it's going to go. Any more? Kayla, 450 then. All right, we're moving on to 5163. 5163. And this one's a 14 karat gold bracelet with multicolored gemstones. And little heart-shaped. The mounts of the surrounding gold bezel are heart-shaped links. And on it right there, may we have what? $500 set in. 600 I have, and now 650 and 700. Thank you. I have 650 and 700, 750, 800. I have 800 I have, now 8.5. It's off the floor and with Kayla now at 800 or 8.5. At 800 or 8.5, at 800 8.5, the sweet little bracelet. At 800 8.5, it has aquamarines and garnets and peridot and looks like amethyst. I have 800 and 800.5 anymore. 800 once, twice, and 8.5. Kayla, 800 then. Next we have a vintage Edwardian 14 karat gold filigree brooch with diamond and sapphire. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 have and 75 and 300. At 275 is on the floor and 300 to 300. I heard Killer first at 300. Now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 3 1/4. 300 now 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 3 1/4 with Sylvia and now 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 3 1/2 3 1/4 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 with Sylvia and selling once twice anymore. Sylvia 3 1/4. A Mexican sterling silver bead necklace signed SKF. We don't know who that is, but it is marked by the maker. And on that right there, which a pleasure. 100 I have a now quarter. I have 100 now quarter in that. Lovely. Look at the graduated beads on this thing. Beautiful condition. 1 1/4. 1 1/4, thank you. 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4s on the floor. 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 75. And 75, yes, and 200 and 200. And 175 is on the floor and selling. And 175, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Thanks for your help, though. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 once, twice in for 2 1/4. With Kaler now at 200. Any more? Kaler, 200. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4 and still going with Kaler all the way at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. A beautiful strand of silver beads at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. All in, all done at 2 1/4. Any more? It's sold 2 1/4. Kaler. Next, we have a vintage 14 karat gold and carved jadeite and pearl ring. The jadeite has a halo of seed pearls around it. It's a size 9, and what's your pleasure in that nice ring right there? 175 and 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. An antique ring. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Jadeite and seed pearls. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Should be everywhere. That's a great ring. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At only $200 in selling. At 200 once, twice in for 2 1/4. All in all, then 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Going to sell it at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? A nice vintage handmade ring. Any more than 2 1/4? It's gone. 2 1/4. Next, we have a vintage 18 karat golden citrine ring, a beautiful citrine ring, and with a emerald cut citrine ring, a nice colored citrine with a 18 karat gold setting. What's your pleasure on that one? 150. I have now 175. I have 150, 175. A beautiful ring at 150, 175 on that. At 150, a nice honey colored stone right there. At 150 now, 175. At 150, 175. Any more? All in all, then at 150, 175. 175 and 200. At 175 and now 175 and 2. It's against you at 175 and 200. At 175. Any more? Any more? Once, twice, and 175 to 73. And we have an Italian 14 karat gold box link chain on that. He's already gone. I was going to say this will fit that pendant he bought. And on that right there, it's 18 inches long, a box link chain. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 275 and 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/2, 75, 400, no. At 375, online at 400, at 375 and 4. At 375 and 4, that has a nice lobster form clasp on it, so it's easy. 400 I have, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4 and 400, 4 1/4. Nice box link chain. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 anymore. At 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4 with Kaler. At 400 once, twice, anymore. Kaler, 400. Next, we have an Art Deco, a period Art Deco bracelet with 14 karat gold set with blue topaz, set with little blue topaz. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 475, 75, 500, 500, 550. I have 500 with Sylvia, now 5 1/2. I have 500 now, 5 1/2, at 5 and 5 1/2 anymore. At 500 once, twice, and for 550, 600. I have 550, 600. I have 650. It's with Sylvia on Live Auctioneers. At 600 now, 650. At 600 now, 650. At 600, 650. At 600 once, twice, and for 650 anymore. It's 600 then. Next, we have a 5-piece moonstone jewelry collection. Look at this. Earrings, rings, bracelets, pendants, and on all the moonstone. What's your pleasure on all that? 175 and 200. 275 and 300. At 275 with Sylvia, now 3. At 275 and 3, that nice collection of moonstone jewelry in silver. At 275 and now 300. At 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. All in all, then 275. We are 275. It is. Live Auctioneers buys all the moonstone. And next we have nothing but good stuff all day long. Here's a lovely pair of 14 karat gold amethyst stud earrings. And on these right here, What's your pleasure on these? $200 where? 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 175 and 200 here on the floor and 2 and a quarter. I have 2 on the floor and 2 and a quarter. With the lady left at 200 and 2 and a quarter. At 200, 2 and a quarter anymore? 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half, yes, and 275. At 250s with the lady on the left and 275. At 250 once, twice, 275. I heard you first, 275 and 300. 300's on the floor and 3 and a quarter. I 300 on the floor to my left with the lady at 300 and 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter anymore. 3 and a quarter's on the phone and 3 and a half. I 3 and a half. I saw her first. 3 and a half is on the floor to my left and now 375. I 375 here and now 400. That's only $200 in the air. That's 400. I have 400 on the floor and now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 on the floor and 4 and a quarter. 400 once, 400 twice, 4 and a quarter over here and now 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half over there, and now 475 here. Is that yes? 475 is on the floor to my left, and now 500. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 5 if you want it. At 475 once, twice, anymore. In time, 500, and now 550. I tried. I have 500 now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 500 and 550. Yeah, I have 500 and 550 anymore. 500 once, twice. It's gonna go to the phone anymore. 500 phone. 302 buys. All right, here we go. Another good one. Here's a 14-karat white gold and cubic zirconia ring with a large emerald cut stone. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter, 300 3 and a quarter. Heavy gold mount on that. I 300 3 and a quarter. I 300 3 and a quarter anymore. All in all, them 300 3 and a quarter. Nice heavy gold setting on that. 5.6 pennyweights of gold. I 300 3 and a quarter. Any more? Sold 300. You're all good. That's good. That's good. And next we have 4 sterling silver rings with ruby-colored stones, and on those right there, what's your pleasure on the whole lot? What's your whole pleasure on all 4 of those rings with those ruby-colored stones? These were from Indonesia. What's your pleasure on these? Any bids on these? No interest in those? Once, twice, 20? I have 20 and now 30. I have 20 now 30. They're here to be sold. I have 20 now 30. That's $5 a ring. I have 20 now 30, 20 now 30. Any more? It's $20. 100 buys. Next we have 3 sterling and 12-karat gold Phil Calla Lily jewelry suite. Look at that. That's nice. And what's your pleasure in that suite right there? Couple $100 where? $100 where? This is all gold on top of sterling, and from the vintage, probably 1930s, 20s or 30s. It is old. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter at only $100 in that whole suite of Calla Lily jewelry at $100 and selling once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. All in 100. It's 100 then. Next we have 2 Victorian gold filled in I think it's some type of a composition. The other bracelet, almost like gutta percha. And what's your pleasure on those? 30 I have, and now 40. 40 now 50. I have 40 now 50. 40 now 50 on those 2 vintage Victorian bracelets. I have only $40 and 50 if you want them. 40 once, twice, and went for 50 for the pair. 40 it is. Next we have another piece of jewelry by that same artist we had earlier. Rosetta Leland Zuni sterling silver overlay pendant brooch with opals. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? The last one brought 400 and something. What's this one worth? 175 and now 2. I 175 and 2 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 200 now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half and 275. I 250 now 275. I 275 and 300. I 275 and now 3. I 275 and 3. There's a beautiful. I 275 and now 300. Going to sell it. Zuni designer, contemporary Native American 300 I have. American Silvers is known for her geometric channel inlay designs. What do you have? 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. The last one brought 400 and something. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Any more? At 3 and a quarter once, twice, went for 3 and a half. Gonna sell. We good? It's 3 and a quarter then. Next, we have an 18 karat gold and jade ring, size 8. And on the 18 karat gold and ring with the jade, what's your pleasure on that? Which 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. 275. I heard Kaler on that one. 275 and now 300. It's with Kaler now 275. 300 I have now 3.25. I have 300 now 3.25. I have 300 now 3.25. Beautiful setting. I have 300 3.25 and now 3.5. I have 3.25 with Kaler and 3.5. I have 3.5 with Sylvia and now 375 and that beautiful jade ring. I have only 375 and now 400. I have 375 and now 400 and 4.25. I have $400 only in 4.25 in that beautiful ring. I have 400 4.25. I can't imagine what it costs in the store. I have 400 now 4.25. I'm going to 4.25 and 4.5. 4.5 with Sylvia on live auction is now 475 and 500 now. I have 475 and 5, a fraction of its value. I have 500. I have now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 500 550 anymore. At 500 once, twice, and for 550. We all in, all done. At only 500. Gonna go once, twice, and 500. Live auctioneers got that one. And here we go. Two pair George Jensen sterling silver earrings, Denmark. What's your pleasure on all this, George Jensen? 175 and 200 for the two pairs of earrings. On George Jensen, I have 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At only 175 and 200, I have in 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 2 and 2.25. The nice early George Jensen. I have 200 now, 2.25. 200 once, twice, and for 2.25, it's $200 then. Next, we have a two-piece set, 14-karat gold clasp, cultured pearl necklace, and matching bracelet. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? 150 I have, and 175. That's a nice strand of graduated pearl necklace. I have 150 and 175. At 150, 175 with a matching bracelet, both with gold clasp. I have 150 and 175. At only 150, and a nice strand of pearls at only 150, 175. I'm going to sell it. 150 once, twice, and for 175, it's 150 then. And next we have, this is a fun piece, came in on free appraisal day. In the original box is the 1933 Chicago World's Fair Century of Progress commemorative bracelet. They must have sold them as gifts at the exposition at the World's Fair. What's your pleasure on this? 90 I have, and now 100. 100 I have, now quarter and a half. No, I have 1.25, 1.5. In the original box that came in perfect condition, I have 1.25, 150 and 175. At 150 and 175, a true collector's item. 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. I love the little elephant plaques on either side of it. I have 175 and now 200. Where you will never find another one in that condition in the original box. At 175 and 200 anymore? It's 175 then. Next we have a collection, 17 pieces of sterling silver jewelry. The whole collection right there. There's marcasite bracelets, there's coral inlay, colored stones, enamel, some bug form brooches. And what's your pleasure in that whole group? What's your pleasure in this whole group of silver right here? Any interest in that lot? $100 where? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, 100 a quarter. I have $100. That's a lot of jewelry. I like that elephant with the marcasite inlays. There's colored stone. This is coral, Native American barrette in silver. Some enamel here. There's lapis inlaid over there, and this Persian silver woven bracelet. 1.25, 1.5. That's a no-brainer. I 1.25, 1.5. If you're in the trade, you can make a lot of money in this. I 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 175. I 150, 175. I 150 once, twice, and for 175. And that nice group right there. Anyone for 175. It's selling once, twice, and it's sold 175 in the nick of time. And now 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. All in, all in at 175. We good? It's 175 then. That's a nice group. Next we have a vintage Parenti handmade sterling silver brooch. She was the designer in Boston by the Perinetti sisters of Boston. And on that right there, which a pleasure. How much? 125. And now 150 has a beautiful oval faceted citrine in the center. They did incredible cast silver work. I 1.25, 1.5. That large citrine in the center. 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 1 1/2. All in all, then at 1 1/4 for this 1 1/2 in this signed Boston designer piece. 1 1/2 and now 175. I 150 and 75 anymore. At 150 once, twice, and 175 anymore. Just 150 then. Sterling silver and rock crystal eternity band on here, right here. What's this pleasure on this one here? 40 and now 50, 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70 anymore. At 60 and 70 anymore. All in all, it's $60. A pretty ring. At 60 and 70 anymore. It's $60. Next we have a sterling silver and cubic zirconia bracelet. Sterling silver cubic zirconia bracelet right there. It looks like all these little tiny, looks like little tiny diamonds. What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $50 wear. Set it in. A nice Christmas presents here, boy, I'll tell you. $50 wear. Interest that piece? Once, twice, no interest? Pass away. Next object. Yeah, what? 20. We'll sell it. I have 20, now 30, 20, now 30. At 20, now 30 anymore? All in all, then, at $20 and 30 if you want it. Sylvia has it for 20. Live auction is. Now we have 3 sterling silver pendants. 3 sterling silver pendants with lapis and let's see, lapis and a oval marquee smoky quartz. And what's your pleasure on the whole lot right there? 70. I have now 80 for all 3 of those nice silver pendants. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80, at 70 now 80. Nice group of pendants right there. At 70 now 80 anymore. All in all, then at only $70 it's gonna go anymore. 70 it is. And we have a vintage 14 karat gold and citrine ring, a honey yellow hue set in 14 karat gold mount, and on that size 7, and on that nice coral 14 karat gold and citrine ring. What's your pleasure on that? 150 I have it now 175 and 200 and 175 and now 200 I have it now 2 1/4. Nice heavy gold setting on that. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 200 2 1/4. I'm going to sell it at only $200. Look at the quality of that stone. I have 200 now 2 1/4. Anymore? Anymore? It's 200 then. And 5186, a vintage, 5187 rather, is a 14 karat gold and diamond pinky ring. A diamond pinky ring. And what's your pleasure on that? I have 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2 on the 2 1/2, 75, 300. I have 275 with Kayla and 300. At 275 and 300 on that nice pinky ring. It's with a nice little diamond. What do we have? 275. 275, looking for 3. At 275 and 3 anymore? At 275 once, twice, with 300 on the pinky ring anymore? It's 275 then. Now we have a pair of 14 karat gold mounted cubic zirconia's stud earrings, 2 carats total weight. And what's your pleasure on those? They have $100 and set them in. They're set in gold. They're set in 14 karat gold. And $100 wear. And instead of $100 those? Don't want those? Passes away. Next object. You got 100? Oh, I have 100, so they're in play. We want to sell this stuff. I have $100 and 100 1/4. I have $100, 100 1/4. You couldn't buy this one setting for that. They're big, heavy gold settings. I have $100, 100 1/4 anymore. Last call. That $100 is going once, twice, and gone. $100. Now we have a vintage William Spratling, the designer from Tosco, sterling silver, dragonfly brooch with, it has the tortoiseshell wings and silver wings. And what's your pleasure on that? 150 I have it now 175. Spratling stuff is very sought after. 175 is on the floor and 200. At 175 on the floor and 2, and 175 and 2 anymore. All in all, then 175 and 200. Nice buy. 175 to 63. 175 to 63. Next we have another, whoop, the wrong one. I gotta go back. Next. There we go. Now we have a 10 karat two-tone gold and baguette diamond heart form pendant in gold. And what's your pleasure for this, with this here? How much? 60? I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70 with diamonds and gold. At 60, now 70, 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. There's no money for that. Nice quality. All little fitted diamonds in there. I have 60 now, 70 anymore. All in all, that's $60 only in selling. Anymore. 60 once, twice, and it's $60, 310. Next, it's a 310. Next, we got to vintage 14 karat gold and morganite, a morganite ring size 8.5. And what's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. I have 275 and 300, 275 and 3. Beautiful ring. I have 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and 300 if you want it. It's 275 then. Next, we have 4 pair of sterling silver earrings. Sterling silver earrings. Looks like these look like little opals and maybe diamonds. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on all those? 20 I have, and now 30. I have 20 now, 30, 20 now, 30. Oh, Sylvia, I heard Sylvia first. At 20 now, 30, 20 now, 30. And all the little 30 I have, and now 40. I have 30, not even $10 a pair for those earrings. I have 30, 40. I have 40 on the floor, now 50. I have 40 on the floor and 50. I have 40 now, 50. No money. It's $10 a pair for those earrings. I can't believe it. I have 40 now, 50 anymore. 40, 41, 50 over here, and now 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 50 once, twice, anymore? $50. Number 55, $50. 50 to 55. And here we go. Here's a Italian 14 karat gold apple form pendant, gold on a gold chain. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that nice little apple? Could be the apple of your eye. And what's your pleasure on that? How much? 150 and 175. I 175 and 200. At 175 and 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Sweet little pendant. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter on the apple pendant on the gold chain, and all in 14 karat. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter anymore. Who has the 200? Sylvia, 200. Live auctioneer strikes again. Here we go. Next, we have a vintage antique Victorian cameo, shell cameo brooch in gold, and with a scene, unusual, that village scene like that. And what's your pleasure on that? 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, 4 and a half and 475, 75, 500. I have 475 now, 500. Your people out? They're out. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 now, 5 with Kayla at 475 and 500. At 475 once, twice, and for 500. 475. On 51.95 is next. 51.95, closing in on 200. And now we have a sterling silver turquoise and opal inlaid pendant. Look at this beautiful piece right here. And what's your pleasure on this? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now, 80. A lovely sterling silver pendant set. 80, thank you, 80, now 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. On the floor at 80 now, 90. Inlaid with turquoise and green and orange hard stone opal segments. I have 80 now, 90. Once, twice, any more? $80, number 59. Here we go, a pair of amethyst stud earrings. Pair of elegant stud earrings, each set with polished 8 millimeter diameter amethyst spheres in deep purple tone. What's your pleasure on those? 40 I have, and now 50. I have 40 now, 50, 40 now, 50. Those are nice. I have 40, 50 is on the phone, and 60 now. I have 40, 50 now, 60. I have 50 now, 60, 50 now, 60. I have 60 now, 70. 60 now, 70. I need 60s online now, 70 if you want them. I have 60 once, twice, you went for $70. 60 once, twice, any more? $60. Next, we have a vintage 14 karat gold and diamond eternity band, size 8. A lovely piece right there. And what's your pleasure on this? 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 75 and 2 and a half here and 75. 75, 300. A 275 is on the phone now, 3. A 275 and now 3. 275 and now 3. 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter, costing 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Beautiful band. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half. Quit throwing stuff on the ground. A 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 375 and 400. I 375 and 400. I 370 400. I have and 4 1/4. I have 400 now. 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4s on the phone and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4. 4 1/2 in that lovely ring. I have 4 1/4. 4 1/2 anymore. 4 1/2 and 75 and 475. It's on the online. 475 on the phone with Jen and 500. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 once, twice, and for 500. 500 I have it now 550. It's online at 500 and 5 1/2. 550 with Jen on the phone now 600. I 550 now 600. I 550 once, twice, and for 600. 600 in time, and now 650, and 600, 650, 650 and 700. Still saving money. If you had to buy in a store, it'd be 4 times that. I have 650 and 700 and 750. I have 700 now 750, 750 and 800. I have 750 now 800. It's on the phone at 750, 800 anymore. Last call, once, twice, and sold. 750 phone. Next we go to a beautiful Victorian gold-filled hinge bracelet with foliate and geometric design, eccentric with black enamel throughout. And on that beautiful Victorian bracelet, what's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's like a cuff-shaped bracelet. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4 it is. Oh, here we go. This is a neat piece here. It's an antique 14 karat gold and moonstone, twin moonstone ring, size 5 1/2. What's your pleasure on that great moonstone ring? 1 1/4 and one how much? 150. I have it now 175. I 150 on live auctioneers now 175. I 150 now 175. Yes, 175 on the phone with Jamie now 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 now 2. 175 and 2. I'm going to go on that vintage ring at only 175 and 200. Jamie 175. Got it. Thank you, Bohr. Thank you very much. Next we go to a sterling silver and cubic zirconia bracelet. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this little line bracelet? Looks like it's all set with little tiny diamonds, but they are cubic zirconium. According to 20, I have and 30 now. I have 20 and 30 and 20 and 30. No money for these bracelets. I have 20 and 30. I couldn't believe it, what they'd be in the store. 100, at least 100. I have 20 now 30, 20 now 30. Any more? 20 it is. Next we have 2 Bakelite bead necklaces from 1920s. What's your pleasure on those? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on the 2 Bakelite necklaces. I have 50, 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. I have 60 and 70 anymore. I have 60 once, twice, and 70 and now 80. I have 70 now 80 anymore. 80 now 90. It's on live auctioneers at $80 and 90 if you want it. 80 once, twice, and for $90. Sylvia, $80. Live auctioneers gets that one. Next we go to, what do we got next? 14 karat gold sapphire and diamond ring. A beautiful little sapphire right there. Size 6 3/4. It's got a half carat bezel set sapphire with a diamond halo. And what's your pleasure on that lovely little ring right there? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have only 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, that's a lovely little ring. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and went for 2 1/2. It's with Jen now at 2 1/4. Any more? Jen, 2 1/4. 225 to 100. 5204 is up next. 5204, a pair of vintage Chinese, probably from the 1920s, Chinese sterling silver and carved carnelian earrings. What's your pleasure on those? 80, I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90, now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. At 90 now 100 anymore. At 90 once, 90, 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter anymore. 100 once, twice, and for 100 and a quarter. All in, all done. $100, 100 a quarter. Anyone? It's $100 then. Here's an unusual brooch right there, depicting, it's got to be from the 20s, with a female golfer. Very unusual. Sterling silver brooch, a vintage brooch. She's swinging the club, ready to go. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 60, I have, and 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80 on the 80, now 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. Great subject matter. 100 now quarter. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. With Jen absolutely bid at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, and 1 1/2. All in, all done. At 1 1/4, 1 and a half, and 75. They're out. I have one. Sorry, you lost. They're not going to be happy. I won a half, 1 and a half online, and now 175. I won 50, 175 anymore. Kayla, 150. Great subject matter. Next, we have a vintage sterling silver charm bracelet with all kinds of charms. We got horses, an artist's palette, and all kinds of stuff. What's your pleasure on that? 30, I have now 40. I have 40 on the floor, now 50. I have 50, now 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60's on the floor and 70 now. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80's on the floor, now 90. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. A great little charm bracelet. I have 90 now 100 anymore. 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100 on the sterling 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Great little charm bracelet. 100 now quarter anymore. 100 once, twice, and for 100 a quarter. $100. Kayla. Next, we have 3 sterling silver pennies, a labradorite, and a malachite. And on the 3 of those, what's your pleasure on all those? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Nice quality pendants. Look at these. I have 50 and 60 anymore. 50 once, twice, and for $60. Sold $50. Next, we have a vintage platinum and diamond ring, a princess cut, with 4 princess cut diamonds arranged in an invisible setting, forming a square design and size 8.5. And what's your pleasure on that? Lovely ring right there. A couple $100 wear. So for 200 and set it in. That nice little diamond ring in platinum, a vintage ring in platinum and diamond. A couple $100 wear. And it's the 200. Interested in that ring? Pass it away. Next object. Next, we have a vintage 14 karat gold and diamond ring set with an old European cut diamond, a half carat, secured in 4-prong setting, size 6 1/4. And that diamond ring right there, what's your pleasure on that one? May have what? A couple $100, 250, having 275, and that big diamond. I've only 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, at 250 and 75. At 250 and 75, that's a nice ring. At 250 and 75, a half carat stone. I have 250 and 275. I'm going to sell it at 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250 then. Here we go. We have 2 Victorian gold-filled bangle bracelets, 2 nice ones. And what's your pleasure on those? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 on those vintage Victorian gold-filled bangle bracelets. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. All in, all done. 200 anymore. It's 200 then. Next, we have this vintage Scottish sterling silver pendular brooch right there. They kilt, like a kilt brooch, and with Scottish hallmarks on the reverse. And what's your pleasure on that? 20 I have, and 30, 30 now 40. I have 30, 40 now 50, 50 now 60. I have 50 now 60, 50 now 60, 60 now 70, 70 now 80. It's on the phone. It's 70 now 80, 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90 now 100. 90 now 100 I have with Jamie on the phone. Now 1 1/4. 1 1/4 is online with Kayla. Now 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 150 with Jamie on the phone. Now 175. I 150 now 175, and now 200. I 175 and now 2 on the kilt pin. 200 I have with Jamie on the phone. Now 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 online now 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4, 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 75. It's on the phone at 250 and selling. 275, 300 now. I 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3 and 275 and 300. At 300, 3 1/4. It's on the phone at 300, 3 1/4. At 300, 3 1/4. Selling once, twice, and sold. Phone 300. 313, the buyer. Next, we have a lovely 14 karat gold crucifix pendant in gold. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 70, 80, 80, 90, 100, 90, 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 1 1/4, of course, 1 1/2. I 1 1/2 and 175. Yes, 200. 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. No. I have 2 1/4s on the left here. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4, 57. 2 1/4 to 57. Next we have, oh, these are nice, is a 3-piece set of 18 karat gold peach moonstone pendants and earrings. Look at these. And with little diamonds. What's your pleasure on these? We have what? $300 and set it in where? 300, 200, 200, and it's at 200. 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 75 on that nice three-piece set right there. 275 and 300. Look at those. Peach moonstone pendants and earrings. I have only 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300, 275 and 3. Going to sell them. Any more? At 275 and 300. Once, twice, and it's 275 then. Next, we have a vintage 10-karat gold setting with an oval opal, a nice vintage little opal with little diamonds on either side, on that nice antique ring right there, size 3. What's your pleasure in this? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in all, then 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. It's 1 1/4 then. And now we have sterling silver, ruby, and diamond pendant and earrings. What's your pleasure in this whole group right here? 30, I have now 40. I have 30 now 40, 30 now 40. These are real rubies and diamonds around, diamond halos, the pendant and matching earrings. Great Christmas present for someone. What do we have? 30, now 40. At 30, now 40. Of course, now 50. I have 40, now 50. Couldn't buy the material for that. I have 40, now 50. I'm going to sell them. At 40 once, 40, 20, 50, now 60. I have 50 and 60. Think about it. I have 50, now 60, and 50, now 60. Any more? 51, 60 in time, and 70. I have 60, now 70. Great presents here today. 60 and 70. That's why we had a Christmas sale. I have 60, now 70. And 60 once, twice, and for $70. Anyone for 70? 60 is with Sylvia. Any more? Sylvia's 60. Next we have, this is a neat piece right here, came in on free appraisal day, a 14-karat gold necklace with a free-form watermelon tourmaline pendant. And on that, what's your pleasure? 125 and 150 and 175. I have 150 and 175 and 175 and 200 and 175 and now 200 and 175. It's with Kayla all the way now. 175 and 200 and 175 and 175. 200 is on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Any more? $200, 57. $200, 57. Next we have a Mexican sterling silver and abalone shell bracelet. Look at this. Nice early piece of Mexican silver jewelry, all set with cabochon abalone shell. And what's your pleasure on those? 150 I have, and now 175. I have 150, now 175. At 150 and 75 on that nice Mexican silver bracelet. At 150 and 75, the craftsmanship's great. I have 150 and 175, and 150 once, twice, and 175. Going, and gone. 150. Next we have a vintage platinum band with staggered diamond accents. Beautiful ring right there, size 6. Platinum, and it has diamonds staggered all through the band, alternating on the band. And what's your pleasure on that? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550. I can't imagine what it costs new. I have 500, now 550. I have $500 only, and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. That fabulous platinum and diamond band. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 anymore. Last call at 600 in time, and 650. I have 600 and 650. A beautiful platinum band with alternating diamonds. I have 600, now 650. 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650. We all in all a 600. Any more? 600 it is. And now we have a vintage 14-karat gold ruby and diamond cluster ring right here. And on that ruby and diamond cluster ring, what's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this lovely little ring? Maybe we have, what, a couple $100 to set it in. 200 where? Starting things real low. Ending with 200. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and pass it away. Excite them. We want to keep bringing up stuff that people want. Next we have a pair of sterling silver, opal, and amethyst stud earrings. These are beautiful earrings right here. Sterling silver featured brilliant cut amethyst extended with inlaid opal and vivid green and blue hues. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. A beautiful pair of earrings at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. I 150 on the phone, now 175. I 150, 175, and 150, 175, 150, 75, and 200. I 175 and 2. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Those are fabulous. I have 200, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I had 2 1/4 once, twice. I went for 250. All in all, down to 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? 2 1/4. Next we go, an Italian sterling silver and moonstone pendant necklace. I love it. Looks like a wave with the moon playing as the moonstone on a sterling silver rope form chain. What's your pleasure on that? 90 I have, and now 100. 90 now 100. That's the wrong one. Wrong necklace. The one with the moonstone. Lot 5221. That's the wrong one. Not the right one.
Okay, so we got the wrong tag on.
Yep. We're looking for the one with the moonstone. Anyway, we've got it's pictured on the screen. So
Is this it?
that's it.
Okay, so
Here we go.
this has got the wrong tag.
It's all right. So Chris found the right pendant here, and on this right here, this moonstone right here, which a pleasure. 100. I have 100 with Sylvia now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, now 175. I have 150, now 175. I have 150, now 175, 175 and 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175, 2. That lovely moonstone pendant. At 175 and 2, any more? All in all then, 175, any more? Once, twice, and it's 175 then. Now we go to a vintage Norwegian gilt silver and enamel brooch set right here. This has got to be from the 1940s or 50s probably. Beautiful condition. It's all gilt. It's enamel, yellow enamel on gilded silver. And what's your pleasure on that lovely set right there? We have what, $100 set it in. $100 where to set it in. 75 I have, and now 100. I have 75 and now 100. I have 75 on that whole suite. It's 75 now 100 if you want it. I have a 75, no money for this. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. It's on the phone with Jen now. The floor's out at 100, 1 1/4. Any more? I got 100 with Jen on the phone. Aim for 100 1/4. No money for this. Selling once, twice. You got it. $100. 318, $100. Nice buy on that. Next we go to a sterling silver and green chalcedony bracelet. A vintage chalcedony and sterling bracelet. What's your pleasure on this? May we have what? $50 where and set it in. 50, I have 60 now. 70, I like that better. I have 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 on the sterling silver and chalcedony bracelet. It's all vintage estate and jewelry, which I have 70 now 80. Any more? Once, twice, any more than $70. It's $70 then. Next we have an interesting ring right here. Sterling silver multi-gemstone ring. It has amethyst and peridot and all kinds of great colored stones in there. It's size 5.5. What's your pleasure on that one? Maybe we have $50 on that one instead of $50, starting low. And just have $50 on the ring. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and off we go. Next item. Next we have an antique 10-karat gold set with 3 cabochon opals, Australian opals. What's your pleasure on those? Size 5.5. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. 125 with Sylvia, and now 150. I 1 1/4 with Sylvia, now 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, now 175. I 150, now 175. I 150, 175 is on the phone with Patrick, and now 200. I 175 on the phone, and now 2. I 175 and 2, 175 and 2. And 175 is on the phone with Patrick once, twice, and for 200, it's 175. Patrick.
323.
Thank you. 323 buys. Next, we have a pair of white gold and diamond cluster studs. And look at those. Those are beautiful. And on those, 1.5 carat total weights. And on that right there, maybe we have what? 900 I have, and now 950, and now 1,000, 1,000, and 1,100. I have $1,000 only, and 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. Beautiful pair of earrings right there. 1,000 now, 1,100. Another studs at 1,000 once, twice, in for 1,100. Gonna go all in, all done with Kaler at $1,000. Everyone else is out once, twice, and it's $1,000. Kaler. Next, we have a sterling silver pendant with a carved bone, a face of a moon in sterling silver. What's your pleasure on that? We have $50 on that lovely pendant right there. Look at the quality. Look at that beautiful carving of that moon's face with a black jet stone in sterling. What do we have? 50? 60. I like that better. I have 60, now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. Beautiful pendant. I have 70, now 80. 70, now 80. All hand carved. I have 70, now 80 in sterling. 70 once, twice, and for $80. All in all, it's $70. $70. We are on 5228 next. 5228 is 4 hammered sterling silver bangle bracelets. What's your pleasure on all those vintage bracelets right there? 50, I have, and 60 now. This one's got inlaid with stones. What do we have, Kayla? 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and all those sterling silver bracelets. 60, yes, and 70. I have 60 now, 70. 60 now, 70. And 60 now, 70 more. All done. $60, 70 if you want them. $60 to 62. $60 to 62. Yep. Next, we have a pair of amethyst and 14 karat gold earrings. Lovely little earrings right there. What's your pleasure on those? 70. I have now 80. I have 70 now, 80. 70 now, 80. On 70 now, 80. And a nice pair of amethyst and gold earrings. What? Yeah. There we go. Right there. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? I have 70 now, 80. 80. And now 90. I have 80 now, 90. 80 now, 90. Any more? Any more? 90 here. Now 100. 100 here. And a quarter. A quarter and a half. No. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Any more? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Oh, God, I almost sold it. I won 50. Now 175. 175 and now 200. Boy, they got to get in faster than that. On the floor, 175 once, twice. Any more? Sold. 175, 57. 175 to 57. 175 to 57. This came from that great estate up northern Maine. And now we have a 14 karat gold and diamond channel set band, size 8. What's your pleasure on this one here? 60. I have now 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. I have all of the 100, 100 and a quarter. Yes, 100 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, now 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, of course, 175. I 150, 175. 175 and now 200. It's on the floor, 175, need 2. 200 here and 2 1/4. I have 200 on the phone, now 2 1/4. It's on the phone at 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 on the phone, 275. With Patrick's phone, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore? With Patrick's phone now, everyone else is out. 250 once, twice, and Patrick, 250. Next we have a Chinese greenstone prayer beads. Chinese greenstone prayer beads. Look at these. That huge strand of prayer beads. And what's your pleasure on those? 150 I have, now 175. I 150, 175, and 150, 175. And 150 and 175 anymore? All done at 150, 175. Any more? It's 150 then. Here we go. Another one by that artist, the Zuni artist right here. Leland Zuni sterling silver opal inlaid pendant. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have, and 125, and now 150. The last one bought 375. The one before bought 450. What do we have? 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. I 150, now 175. This is a beauty with all inlaid with opals, colored opals. At 170, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. 200 and 2 1/4, and this beautiful Zuni piece of jewelry in silver and opals. 2 1/4, of course, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Look at the quality of that one. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, the best one of the three. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. Going to sell it at 2 1/4 once, twice. Went for 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4 then. Next, we have 14 karat gold and diamond ring right here, size 6 3/4. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. What's that? Oh, 3 1/4. Sorry, I didn't see you. And 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 on the floor over here. On the floor, 3 1/4 on the right, and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore? 3 1/4 once, twice, any more than 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 63. Next we go to, we have a 14 karat gold and synthetic sapphire ladies ring, size 6. Beautiful ring right there. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure in that ring right there? Any interest in that one? No interest in that one? Pass away then. Next item is a pair of 14 karat gold stud earrings set with round, deep reddish, wine colored what are the garnets? Sorry, 1 carat total weight, and may we have what, a couple $100 to set them in. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175, 150, 170, 175, 200, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 1 carat total, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4. And next we have 5 sterling silver bangle bracelets. Look at these. A whole group of bangle bracelets right there. Thanks, Chris. And on that whole group of sterling silver bangle bracelets, what's your pleasure on those? 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Nice group of bracelets. 60 and now 70. Some nice heavy bracelets there. I have 60 now 70. They're hammered and custom made bracelets. I have 60 now 70. At 60 and 70 more. At 60 once, twice, in for 70. Who has a 60? Kayla has 60. Anyone for 70? Kayla, 60. Next, we have this vintage antique porcelain portrait brooch, circa 1880, set in gold. And what's your pleasure in that? What's your pleasure in that beautiful piece right there? Maybe 50 having 60 now, 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. That's all hand painted. Beautiful brooch, hand painted. 60 now 70. At 60 now 70 more. 70 now 80. I have 70, 80 now 90. This is a period piece. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 now 90 anymore. All in all done at only $80. That beautiful portrait pendant right there. 90, of course, now 100. I have 90 now 100. Going to sell it at 90 now 100. 100 I have now quarter. Missing the boat on this one. This is a beautiful piece. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now a quarter. That gold setting is worth more than that. I have 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. Gonna go. Any more? 125 it is then. Live auctioneers. Next we have a carved Chinese jade openwork pendant with bead necklace. And what's your pleasure on that lovely piece? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Lovely sculpture on that. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It's double dragons. Entwined dragons, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. Once, twice, and it's 2 1/4. And we're moving on to 5239. Portuguese 800 silver filigree brooches, 2 butterflies, and a gilded group of flowers. What's your pleasure on that? 20 I have, and 100 I have, now quarter. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. I have 150 now 175. We have people out. I have 150, 175. With Kayla now 150, 175. Kayla 150. Next, we have a pair of Mexican 14 karat gold and cubic zirconia hoop earrings. And on those hoop earrings right there in 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those? Maybe $100 and set them in. $100 where? They're in gold. No one's said $100? Pass them away. I have 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. They're in 14 karat gold. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70. Beautiful little earrings. There's 60 now 70 more. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. There's a lot more than that just in gold. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. I have 90 once, 90 twice. We're going to let them go. Any more? Unreserved. Any more? $90. Next we have a vintage 18 karat gold opal and sapphire ring. A lovely period opal and sapphire ring, size 7.5. What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $300 and set it in. 300 where? 200. It's to 200. Nobody wants that one? Once, twice, and nobody wants that ring? Passed away. Next object. Next we have an Italian 14 karat gold chain with an opal pendant with a diamond on top. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 now 175. A beautiful oval cabochon opal with a little tiny diamond in gold. At 1 1/2 now 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. Any more than 150. All in, all done. 150. 150. Kaler. Next we have two vintage sterling silver bracelets right here. Two vintage sterling silver bracelets. This one is set with onyx and What's Your Pleasure knows. 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now 100 quarter. I have 100, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. All in all, then 1 and a half and 175. I 150, now 175. I 150, now 175 on the two bracelets. Anymore. 150 once, twice, and it's 150 with Sylvia this time. Live auctioneers buys 150. 5244. 5244 is a gold-plated sterling silver bracelet, tennis bracelet set with cubic zirconia. And What's Your Pleasure knows. These are all estate pieces. What's Your Pleasure on this one? Maybe we have what, $50 wear instead in that lovely tennis bracelet. 50 wear, and he did $50. Nobody wants it. Once, twice, and 50. I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. It's a gold-plated sterling silver with cubic zirconia. And from 3 feet away, you would think it was real diamonds. I have only $50. 60 anymore? 50 it is. Here we go. A pair of vintage 14 karat gold, and these are nice quality rubies right here in 14 karat gold, half carat total weight. And What's Your Pleasure on these? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, those beautiful, real, genuine ruby studs. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 375. I 350 and 375. These came from a great estate. 375 and 400, 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 75. I have 450 and 75. At 450 and 75 anymore? 475 and 500, all with Kaler all the way now. I have 470, 500 I have, and 550. I have 500 and 550 on the ruby earrings. I have 500 now, 550. 550, 600. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 600 and 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 and 600, 650 anymore. 600 once, twice, 650, and now 700. I have 650 now, 7. I have 650 now, 700. Beautiful pair of studs. 750. I have 700 now, 750, all the way with Kaler at 7 once, 7 twice, and for 750. We in and done. 700. Next we have this lovely 14 karat gold and pearl ladies ring. Has 7.5 and 8 millimeter pearls caged in a textured mounting. 7 3/4 is the size. What's Your Pleasure on this one here? 350 and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 400. 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4, and any more than 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 once, twice, and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. That's a special ring. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Look at all the gold in that. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. All in all, on a 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Should have had the gold weight on that. 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/4. Now we have a pair of blue spinel stud earrings mounted in 14 karat gold, a half carat total weight. What's Your Pleasure on those? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60, of course, and 70. 60 and 70, those are cut around 70 blue spinels. 70 now, 80. 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. 80 now, 90. Set in gold. 14 karat, 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. 100 now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter. Lovely little studs right there. 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/2 and 75. I have 150, 175. On 75 and 200. I have 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. At 175, 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. 200 and selling once, selling twice. And month 2 1/4. Sold 200. And now we have here we go. This is a signed Sajan sterling silver and gemstone pendant necklace. What's Your Pleasure on this lovely one right here? 50 have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60, all set with gemstones. I have 50 and 60. That thing's going all the way around. 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70. At 60 now 70. Beautiful pendant. I think it has a Aqua, oh, no, blue topaz on the top. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. And faceted amethyst and pear-shaped blue topaz. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Signed by the maker. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Any more? At 80 once, twice, and with $90. Any more? 80 it is. And here we go, a silver bracelet with rhodium finish and cubic zirconia. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. Boy, that's a pretty bracelet right there. Almost looks like it's set in platinum. And I 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 at 50 and 60 anymore. All in, only $50. That lovely bracelet. 60, of course, and 70. I have 60 and 70. What a great present for someone. I have 60 now 70 anymore. All in, $60 once, twice, and for $70. It's gone at $60. 6 sterling silver bangle bracelets, including a rope design, one with a little bell on it. What's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. This one they'll know where you are at all times. I have $60 now 70. At 60 once, twice, anyone for $70. All in, $60. We are $60 it is then. $60 online. Next we have a beautiful Art Deco. I think it's more like Edwardian. I think it's even older than Art Deco. It's Edwardian. Platinum, emerald, and diamond ring. And this is a real beauty right here. And what's your pleasure on this? 400 I have, and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Oh yeah, that's a spectacular. 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475. This is a period ring. 75 and 500. I have 475 and 500. Of course, I'm 550. At 500 now, 550. At 550, 600. I have 550 and 600 now. I have 550 and 600. 600, of course, and 6 1/2. I have 600 now, 6 1/2. Fabulous ring. I have 600, 650, 700. I have 650 now, 700. This is a period ring. I have 650 and 700. 700 on the phone. And now 750. I have 700 now, 750. Still under the money. At 750, I'm going to sell it. I have 750 is on the phone. 750 now 800. I have 750 with Kayla now 800. It's online at 750 now 800. A beautiful period ring, Edwardian period ring, at 750 only. At 750 once, twice, and for 800. We all in 750. Kayla 750. Next we have with 14 karat gold and sterling silver ring with onyx center stone. What's your pleasure on this one? May have $100 and set it in. 100 where? 50 where? It's at 50. No bid? Passed away. Next object. Here we go. We have a pair of vintage 14 karat gold and diamond stud earrings right here, and they are half carat total weight. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500 and 550. At 500 and 550 and 500 and 550, all over the place. I saw Jamie first, and now 600. I have 550 with Jamie, now 600. I have 550 with 600 with Patrick, and now on Patrick's phone, now 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650, 600, 650, Jamie. 650 with Jamie, now 700. I have 650 with Jamie's phone, now 700. I have 650 and 7 anymore. At 650 once, 650 twice. And if it's 700, Patrick's players back in at 700, and now 750. I have 700 now, 750. I have 700 now, 750 on the pair of diamond earrings. I have 700, 750 anymore. With Patrick's phone at 700 once, 700 twice, and if it's 750 in time with Jamie, and now 800, and now 800. Jamie's phone is at 750, now 800. At 750, now 800. 800 with Patrick's phone, and now 8.5. That's only $400 per ear. I have 800, now 8.5. 800, 8.5, at 800, 8.5 anymore? Patrick, 800. 323, 800. And here we go. American Waltham Heavy Gold Fill 100 Case Pocket Watch. What's your pleasure on this one here? Nice. How much? 70. I have it now 80. 80. I have it now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. Beautiful. 100 case Waltham watch. 100 now quarter. Any more? 100 once, twice, and for 125. We all good? We are. 100 it is. Online? Next, we have two sterling silver tennis bracelets with colored cubic zirconiums. One has sapphires and one has emeralds. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 50, having 60 now. Boy, that'd make a nice present for somebody. 70, now 80, now 90. 80 now, 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. I have now quarter. I have 100 now, quarter. And there's two nice bracelets, 100 and 100 and a quarter. All this stuff is like brand new. I have 100 now, a quarter. 100 once, twice in for 100 and a quarter. All in, all done. $100. Any more? 100 it is. Next we have, Chris has got right here, just brought up. This is a vintage 14 karat gold and red spinel, very rare color. Red spinel and diamond ring. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. It's set in 14 karat gold. 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. That's an unusual ring. I have 60 now 70. Any more? 60 once, twice in for $70. Any more? $60. 73. All right, here we go with the next piece. And we have an antique Illinois watch, lever set, gold-filled pocket watch right there. What's your pleasure on this one here? 60 and 70 and 80. I was 80, now 90. I have 80, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100 on that nice open-face pocket watch. At 90, now 100. At 90, now 100. Heavy gold-filled case. At 90, now 100. Any more? All in all, that at $90. Once, twice, any more? 90 it is. Now we have a silver and gold ring with jade cabochon. What's your pleasure on that? Silver with gold cabochon jade. What's your pleasure on this one? They've had what? $50 where? And set it in at $50. And it's at $50. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and pass it away. Next object. These guys are doing great feeding here. Sterling silver and 14 karat gold designer gem set earrings. Right here. They're set with cabochon stones, appear to be amethyst and garnet, and 14 karat gold on sterling. What's your pleasure on those? 60, I have now 70. 70, now 80. 70, now 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. A nice pair of earrings at only $80. Sterling gold with amethyst and garnet. At 80 once, twice, and 90 I have on the floor. And now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. And 90 once, twice, and for 100, $90 right here. $90 right there. 59. I got $90 to 59. I see that. All right, we're on to 5260 is next. 5260. Oh, this is a nice piece right here. Look at this. Sterling silver and carved bone pendant with lion and a human face in sterling silver. And what's your pleasure on this one here? I have 100, now quarter, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 175, and 200, 175 with Jen and now 2, and 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. What a great pendant right there. A Native American with a lion or a lion or some kind of cougar on top. And 175 and now 2. Any more? Any more? 175. You had two absentees. Next, we have an antique 14 karat gold, multicolored gold and seed pearl brooch. Look at this lovely little piece right here. This nice antique piece. What's your pleasure on this one? 90, I have it now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. And that beautiful little brooch right there. I have 100 now quarter. This is an antique piece now. I have 100 now quarter. Any more? All in, all done at only $100. That's way under the money for that. That's a 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I'm going to sell it. All in, all done at 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 a quarter, Kayla. Nice antique piece. Next, we have 3 vintage sterling silver bangle bracelets right here. One is ornate scrolling with heart details. And what's your pleasure on all the sterling silver bracelets? What's your pleasure on those? May we have what? $50 wear instead of in on all those nice sterling silver bracelets. $50 wear. Again, great presents for people. No money. Anyway, $50. Nobody wants those? We'll pass them away then. Next object. Here we go. An Elgin 15 jewel gold-filled 100 case pocket watch. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and 2 and a quarter. Any more? All in, all done, 200, 2 and a quarter. Sold, $200. Next, we have a vintage 14 karat gold ring with emerald, cabochon, and diamond accents. And on that right there, maybe we have what? $300. Wait a bit, 300. You have 300. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. Beautiful ring. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. At 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. All in all done, it's only $300, 3 and a quarter if you'd like it. Beautiful emerald and diamond and heavy gold setting. I have only 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 once, twice, in for 3 and a quarter. Any more? 300. Next, we have a pair of 14 karat gold and diamond stud earrings. Right here, let's see, we have quarter carat. And what's your pleasure on those? Nice little diamond stud earrings right there in gold, 150 and 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175, at 150, 175. Nice little diamond studs at 150, 175. Any more? Any more than 175. And now 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Any more? 175 to 55. 175 to 55. Your Christmas shopping's done, Ben. Next, we have a sterling silver cuff bracelet with scroll motif right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 and 70. I have 60s on the floor and 70 now. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. On the floor at 60 and 70 anymore. All in all, that's $60. $60 to 63. Next, we have a 10 karat gold with a carved shell cameo portrait ring. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. A nice original piece. I have 60 now, 50 now, 60. I have 50 now, 60, 50 now, 60. Any more? All in all, done at $50 to 60 if you'd like it. Any more than $50 only. Anyone for 60 in 14 karat gold? 60, yes, and 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. Any more? At 60 once, twice. No money for that period ring. At $60 now. Any more? 107, 60. 60, 107 buys. 5268, 5268, cruising right along here nicely. And this one here is a 10 karat gold ring set with sapphire and diamond accent on that right there, 5268. And may we have what? 60 I have in 70. 70 I have in 80. I have 70, 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 90, 100. 100, a quarter I have. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. 150, now 175. Are 150s with you? 150 with Kayla now, and 175. I 150 now, 175, and no money for that. Nice. Amethyst, sapphire and diamond ring. I've only 150 and 175. I'm going to sell it. Size 6 3/4. Anyone for 175 and 200. I 175 and 200, and 175 and 2. Any more? Going to sell it. 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's 175 then. Some great buys on jewelry here today. Here's an antique 14 karat gold diamond sunburst brooch. Sunburst brooch right here. A nice antique piece with a diamond in the center. What's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 on that nice antique piece and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. In a star form brooch. I have 200, 2 1/4, at 200, 2 1/4. In a sunburst form brooch. Look at that. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. Sold. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 with Sylvia now at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 on that sunburst brooch in 14 karat gold and diamond. I have 2 1/4 once, twice, anymore. Phone out. 2 1/4, Sylvia. Five abalone shell and sterling silver jewelry suite. And what's your pleasure right there? Earrings and pendant. What's your pleasure on all that? I mean, we have what? $50 wear. Look at this beautiful pendant in abalone and silver. Oh, it's also going to be worn as a brooch. And 2 pairs of earrings. What's your pleasure with that? Maybe we have $50 wear instead of in. And it's 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 50 once, twice, in for $60. $50. Kayla, 56 buys. $50. It's 56. Next we go to a vintage 14 karat gold ring and set with diamonds and pink synthetic pink sapphire. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that one? 70. I heard it all. 80. Now 90. 90. Now 100. 90. Now 100. 90. Now 100. Beautiful ring. And 90. Now 100. 100. I have now quarter. I have 100. Only $100. Now 100 1/4. I have $100. 100 1/4. That's a nice ring. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. At 100. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. At 1 1/4. 1 1/2. At 1 1/4. 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 once, twice, in for 150. All in all, then 1 1/4. We are 1 1/4. Next, we have a vintage Elgin 10-karat gold-filled ladies' pocket watch or pendant watch, as they're better known. Beautifully engraved all over the place. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. On that 100-case ladies' watch, Elgin National Watch Company. What do we have, 80? 80, now 90. 70, now 80. I have 70 with Kayla online, now 80. I have 70 once, twice, in for $80. A nice pendant watch at only $70. Once, twice, and it's gone. $70. Next, we go to an English Victorian sterling silver floral bangle bracelet. It's got the hallmarks Birmingham, 1876. Birmingham, England, 1876. Beautiful little bracelet right there. What's nice about it, it has gold inlaid, multicolored gold inlaid flowers in the sterling on that vintage bracelet. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 and that antique bracelet 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At only 125 in that nice period bracelet. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in all, that 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's 1 1/4 then. Next we go to this rare custom design 14 karat gold and carved fire agate ring. And it's signed, it is signed, but we didn't put the name down, I guess. Size 5. What's your pleasure on that rare ring right here? 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 75, 400. I have 375 now 4. I have 375 and 4. And that rare carved fire agate. I have 370, 400's on the phone with Jamie, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Way under the money on that. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4. I think it looks more like a carved opal. I have 4 1/4. What do we have? 400 now, 4 1/4. Going to sell it. 400 once, twice, anymore? Sold 400. Here we go on a vintage 10-karat gold mounted coral branch form brooch from about 1880, 1890. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on that Victorian coral, a little coral branch with gold trim. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. This would have been made around 1880, 1890. I have 70, now 80. At 70, now 80. Any more? All in all, that's $70, 80 if you want it. Any more? $70. $52.76 is a vintage sterling silver mesh bracelet with some type of applied gold at the top. What's your pleasure on this thing? 50, having 60 now. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. I like that gold trim on the front. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. Where? No, 90. Sorry, 90 is on the floor, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100 on the bracelet. 90, now 100 anymore. 90 once, twice, in for 100. 90 to Dawn, 59. $90 to 59. Next, we have 3 Victorian gold-filled brooches. On these Victorian gold-filled brooches, what's your pleasure on these vintage gold-filled brooches? And we have what? $50 wear. This one has all black enamel. Any interest in those? Once, twice, and no interest? Pass them away, Nan. Next object. Uh-oh, what'd I do? Here we go. Next object is a Waltham gold-filled presentation pocket watch dated 1918. 15 jewel Waltham. Presented from Syracuse, New York to Lieutenant L.G. Hobe, December 16, 1918. And on that presentation watch, what's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Presented this military officer, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 anymore. All done in 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Seems reasonable for that. Nice watch. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. It's 1 1/4 then. Next we have a 14 karat gold ring with diamonds and synthetic ruby. What's your pleasure on that little guy? 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 90 now on the floor, 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100, 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore. Last call at $100, 100 quarter. Anymore? Anymore? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1.5 at 175. At 150, 175. At 150 with Sylvia. 150, 175. Sylvia, 150. Next, we have a vintage 14 karat gold, two-tone, and diamond ring on the diamond ring right there. What's your pleasure on this? 50, I have in 60 now. 60, now 70. It's size 5.5. I have 60, now 70. 60, now 70. At 60, now 70 and more. All in, all done at only $60 and $70 if you want it. Nice little ring. It's worth more than that to melt it. I have 60, now 70. 60, now 70 anymore. All in all, that's $60. It is $60 then. Next, we have an 18 size gold-filled pocket watch, Elgin National Watch Company, circa 1886. And what's your pleasure on that? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 350 is on the phone and 375. At 350 is on the phone with Jamie and 375. At 350 and 75. 350 once, twice is on the phone with 375. Online now 400. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and now 4. At 375, 400 is on the phone with Jamie now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 4 1/4 anymore. Last call at 400 once, twice, and sold. 400 phone. Next, we have a very unusual ring right here. This is a custom designer 14 karat white gold and diamond ring. A beautiful piece right there. And what's your pleasure on this? I have 275 and now 300. 350 even better. 350 and now 375. I 350 and 75 in that beautiful designer ring in blue and white diamonds. I 350 and 375. I 350 with you, Kayla. I 350 and 375. That's a great ring. I 350 and 375 and only 350 and 375. Look at the quality of that ring. Probably one of a kind thing. I 350 and 375. At 350 once, twice, and for 375. Yours, 350. And next we have 3 Dane Craft sterling silver geometric link necklace and bracelets. What's your pleasure on all that? What's your pleasure on all this nice silver right here? If I signed a Dane Craft, the designer and company, and he went for $100. And for $100, and it's not 80. I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. At only $80 and 90. 5 ounces of sterling silver. I have $80 now 90. I have 90 now 100. I have 90 on the floor now 100. No money. At 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Still no money. I have 100 now 100 and a quarter. Is that a yes? 1 1/4 on the floor, now 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 150. I have now 175. Thanks to your help. I have 150 now 175. I have 150 now 175. Now 150 for that nice suite of sterling silver, Dane Craft, at 150, 175. Any more? Sold 150. 5284 coming up. 5284 is a vintage 14 karat gold ring with marquee cut diamonds right there, size 6.5. And on that marquee set diamond ring, what's your pleasure on that? How much? 350 I have, and 370, 375 and 400. 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 400 4 1/4. A lot of diamond weight in that. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. A size 6.5, a 4 1/4, 4 1/2, at 4 1/4, 4 1/2, a nice heavy gold setting, a 4 1/4, 4 1/2, at only 4 1/4 selling, at 4 1/4 once, twice I went for 450, a nice vintage ring, at 4 1/4. Any more? 450, and now 475, at 450 and 75, nice buy at 450 and 75. Any more? 475 and 500. No, thank you for your help. At 475 and now 500. At 475 and 500. We haven't even paid for the gold in that thing yet. We're going to sell it. At 475 and now 500. 475 once, twice, and for 500. Any more? 475. Sylvia. Next we have 2 Victorian gold mourning brooches in 10 karat gold. One is woven hair, and one has a double portrait daguerreotype under bevel glass with black enamel. That's very unusual. And what's your pleasure on that? 175 and 200. I 175 and 175 and 200. And 175 is on 200 on the phone, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4s on the online and on 2 1/2. 250 I had with Jen on the phone, and now 275. I have 250 now 275. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. Going to the phone. Any more? Gone to the phone. 250. 318. 250. All kinds of fun stuff here today. Here's a vintage sterling silver and multicolor opal inlaid bracelet. It's marked by the maker RC, but we didn't know who that is. But a beautiful bracelet, all set with multicolored opals in silver. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. At 150, 175. Beautiful. 175. Look at the color of those opals. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/2 and 275. I wonder if that's made by the woman that made the pendants. At 2 1/2 and now 275. At 250 now 275. Beautiful opals in that. At 250 and 75. Any more? At 250 once, twice, and to 275. Who's got the 250? Sylvia, 250, live auctioneers. Here we go. On a pair of 14 karat gold and amethyst stud earrings, a 1 carat total weight on the two of those, and 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on those? 50 have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. These are amethyst and 14 karat gold. I've only, how much you have? 50, and now 60, now 70, of course. I have 60, now 70. Beautiful little pair of studs. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. 80, now 100. 90. I have 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. Should have started at least 100, but we're going to sell them. I have 80, now 90. 80, 90, now 100. And 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. 100, now quarter. These all came from great estates. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 carat total weight. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? At 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. Gonna go. So 1 1/4. Next we have an Italian gilt sterling silver and diamond. This is set with all kinds of diamonds on this right here, on that heart pendant. What's your pleasure on this? What's your pleasure on this nice piece right here? May we have what? $50 wear. Nice gift for someone again. $50 wear and that nice sterling silver. It's all set with real diamonds. 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Those are all real diamonds. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 anymore. 60 and now 70. I have 60 and 70. Seems like a bargain. I have 60 now 70. 60, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. Great place to buy gifts here today, I'll tell you. I have 70 now 80. Going to sell it. We're going to move on. 70 once, twice, and for $80. Sold $70. Live auctioneers. Oh, these are wonderful earrings. Look at these. The pair of sterling silver and amethyst drop earrings. Look at it. They have faceted amethyst on the top and natural amethyst stones on the bottom of the earring. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? May a couple $100 set it in. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 and 175. 175, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 with Jen FC bid now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 FC bid now, 275. I have 250 now, 75. Those are really cool. I have 250 now, 275. 275 and 300. I have 275 with Kaylin, 300. I have 275 and 3. I'm sure there's a one of a kind. I have 275 now, 300. I have 275 once, twice, went for 300. 300 in time, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. Those are elegant. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Any more? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, and for 350. All in all, done 3 1/4. We are 3 1/4. Those are great. Next look at this Navajo silver bracelet with turquoise. Silver set with turquoise. What's your pleasure on that bracelet? No, we need the bracelet. No. We have 100? 100 now quarter on that Navajo bracelet. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At only $100, 100 a quarter. At $100, and a nice silver bracelet set with 3 large cabochon pieces of turquoise. And how much? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Is that signed anywhere? At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I don't see a signature. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? Sold 1 1/4. And now we have 2 vintage Art Deco and sterling silver necklaces. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe we have 50? I have 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. These are vintage pieces, not replicas. I have 50 now, 60, 50 now, 60. I have 50 once, 50 twice. He went for $60. And he went for $60. A nice, 2 nice Art Deco necklaces. 60, I have now 70. I have 60, now 70. These are not copies. These are good ones. They're old. I have 60, now 70. Any more? Sold, $60. Live auctioneers. 52.92. 52.92 is a Columbia gold-filled pocket watch. On the gold-filled pocket watch, 100 case, about a 16 size. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100 on a nice 100 case watch by the Columbia Watch Company at only $100 and selling. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter, sold $100. Next we have a pair of 14 karat gold hoop earrings set with cubic zirconia. They're channel set, and on right there, those are lovely. 2.2 pennyweights of 14 karat gold. And what's your pleasure on those? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. 1 and a half and 175, at 150, 175, at 150, 175, at 150, 175, at 150, 175. Those are nice. At 150, 175. Any more? At 150, 175. Any more? 150 it is. Next we have a moonstone cluster necklace. Oh, that's lovely. Look at that. Look at all that moonstone. On that lovely moonstone cluster necklace. And what's your pleasure on this? 400 to open now, 4 and a quarter. A lot of bids on that. 400 now, 4 and a quarter. Phone out, phone's out, 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, at 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, at 4 and a half and 75, at 450 and 75, at 450 and 475. Any more? At 450 once, 450 twice. Where you're going to find another one? And 470, 475 and 500. I have 475 now, 500. I have 470, 500. I have it now, 550. I have 500 now, 550. Look at the carat weight of moonstones in this. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550, and 500 once, twice. Anyone for 550? Any more? Kayla has it at 500. Any more? Kayla, 500. Next we have a vintage two-tone 14 karat gold and diamond ring, size 5.5. On that little ring right there, size 5.5. What's your pleasure on this? 60 I have, 70, 80, 90, 100, quarter, 100 now, 1 and a quarter on a real diamond ring in gold. I've only 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 100 a quarter on that vintage gold, two-tone gold ring. I have only $100, 100 a quarter. Going to sell it. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter. It's $100 then. Moving on. Next we have an unusual ring right here. This is a 14 karat gold and opal ring, what they call a bypass setting, I think, in marquee-shaped opals. A very nice piece right there, size 7. What's your pleasure on that? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half and 175. 200 at 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At only 175 and 2 on that nice ring right there. At 175 and 2. Any more? All in all then at 175 and selling. Once, twice, and it's 175 then. Next we have a J. Queen watch winder. So if you have automatic watches, this is a watch winder, so it keeps them wound for you. What's your pleasure on this? 50 I have and 60 now. 60 now, 70 now, 80. They cost a bomb in the store. I've 80 now, 90. 90 now, 100. I've 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. 100 now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter. 100 now, quarter. $100 now, quarter. Any more? Last call at $100. 100 a quarter. Bargain. Any more? Sold $100. Next we have a Seiko quartz chronograph. A Seiko quartz chronograph in the box. Brand new in the box. And what's your pleasure on that? 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, at 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Brand new in the box. Never been used. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Any more? It's 4 and a quarter then. Next we have a Mexican Tasco sterling silver bracelet inlaid with a lapis. Inlaid with lapis, a nice early piece of sterling and lapis jewelry. What's your pleasure on this one? 70 I have, and 80, 80 now, 90 now, 100. I have 90 against you, need 100. I have 100 over here with Sylvia, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter in that nice vintage bracelet. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. All inlaid with lapis. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? 100 once, twice, and for 100 and a quarter. It's 100 then. Live auctioneers buys. 52. Now we're on 5,300 now. 5,300. We've done 300 lots so far. And next we have a pair of 14 karat white gold pink tourmaline stud earrings. Nice pair of pink tourmaline stud earrings. What's your pleasure on those? 50 I have. I have 100 on the floor, and one and a quarter, one and a half. I one and a quarter, one and a half, one and a quarter, one and a half on the floor, and 75, and now 200. I 175 and now 2. Pink tourmalines. And on those, I have 175 with you, Jen, and now 200. At 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 once, twice in for 200. Set in gold. 175. 327. Next we have a 14 karat gold and diamond ring right here. And what's your pleasure on this? With a round brilliant diamond, size 5 3/4, a single diamond ring from the 50s it looks like. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that little diamond ring? May we have what? $100 where? $100. 70 you have now 80 now 90, 80 now 90, 80 now 90, at 80 now 90 anymore, 90 now 100, I'm 90 now 100, 90, this is a real diamond in gold, I'm 90 now 100, gonna sell it, 91's twice in for 100, it's $90. And here we go, a 10 karat white gold and amethyst ring, a beautiful shaped amethyst right there, and on that may we have 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have $100 and 100 a quarter, $100, 100 a quarter, 100 a quarter on the floor, and now 1 half. I 1 a quarter, 1 half, 1 a quarter, 1 half, 1 a half. Yes, on the phone, 175. Yes, 175 and 200. I 175 on the floor and 2. 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. All in all, 175. Very unusual shaped amethyst. I 175 once, twice anymore. 175 to 55. 175 to 55. Next, we have a wonderful pair of genuine ruby. These are nice early. These came from a really good estate. A half carat total weight in 14 karat yellow gold. What's your pleasure on these? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. The last set brought 650, I think. They're from the same estate. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. These are real good rubies. 3 1/2 and 375. At 375 with Kayla all the way now. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and 400, 375, 400 I have now 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Beautiful colored rubies. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. They're natural rubies. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. All in all then at 4 1/4 once, twice in for 450. Gonna go 4 1/4. Next, we have a Mexican Tasco sterling silver and abalone hinged bracelet. Beautiful big hinged bracelet, and it has a sort of a bypass design on it. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? $100 where? How much? 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. That beautiful 100, of course, now 1 1/4. 100 now 1 1/4. Of course, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That's a great period piece of Tasco's 1 1/2 and 175. At 150 now 175. It's from the Tasco workshop. At 150 now 175. At 150 once, twice, and 175. Gonna sell it anymore. 150 it is. And now we have an antique 10 karat gold and orange agate brooch. A lovely orange agate brooch. Oh, yeah, okay. In a gold frame, in a 10 karat gold frame. What's your pleasure on that? 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in all, at only $50. That beautiful agate brooch set in 10 karat gold. And 50 and 60 anymore. All in all, at only $50. I'm going to go. It's $50 then. Live auction is. Next, we have another wonderful pendant right here. Sterling silver pendant with carved bone of a wolf with an owl. Two good symbols of good luck. And what's your pleasure in that? I have 200 and 2 1/4, 250, 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 75, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 475. No, I have 450 with Jen, with the Kayla. 450 with Kayla, now 475. I have 450 and 475 anymore. At 450 once, twice in for 475. It's 450. Next we have a vintage 10 karat gold and garnet ring. And on that right there, size 6. A nice marquee-shaped garnet ring set in a 1950s or 60s style setting. What's your pleasure in that? Size 6. 70 I have now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. There's almost 2 pennyweights of gold alone in there. The gold is 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. There's $200 worth of gold. I have 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. It's a no-brainer. At 90 now 100 and 90 now 100. Any more? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. All in, all done at $100, 100 quarter anymore. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 a half, 1 a quarter, 1 a half. Still under the money. Gonna sell it. I 1 a quarter, 1 a half anymore. Once, twice, and it's 1 a quarter. Down it goes. And what's next? Next we have another Mexican sterling silver bracelet with abalone hinged bracelet. Beauty right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and now 300 at 275 and 3, 275 and 3 at 275 and 3. That lovely sterling silver bracelet with abalone inlay at 275 and 3. Once, twice, and 300. Anyone? It's 275. Kayla. Next we have a 14 karat gold and double heart diamond ring. What's your pleasure in that sweet little ring right there? 60 I have and 70. 60 and 70. 70 now 80. I have 80 now, I have 90, now 100, now quarter. No, I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, that cute little ring right there. 2 hearts with little diamonds in the center. I have only $100 in selling. 100 once, 100 twice in for 1 and a quarter. $100 it is. Next we have a 14 karat gold show character pendant necklace. And the pendant is suspended from a chain symbolizing longevity. And what's your pleasure on that? 80, I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90, a nice gold necklace and charm. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Any more? At only $80, 90 if you want it. At $80 now, $90 if you want it. Any more than $80 on that nice gold charm with a gold gold chain. Anyone for more than 80? It's $80 then. Pair of handcrafted, hammered sterling silver floral earrings, and what's their initial JB. And what's your pleasure on these? 60, I have now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. All handmade. At 60 now 70, 60 now 70, 70 now 80, 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90 anymore. At 80 now 90 anymore. 80 once, 80 twice, and 90 now 100. They're beautifully made. And 90 now 100. All 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. They're all hand hammered. I have 100 now quarter, 1 a quarter, and 1 a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 a half, at 1 a quarter, 1 a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 a half anymore. At 1 a quarter once, twice in for 150. 1 a quarter, Kayla. Next we have a Swiss 935 quality silver ladies watch, Lady Racine. Made circa 1900, 1920. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. 50 I have, and now 60. I have 50 now 60, 50 now 60. 60's on the phone, now 70. I have 60 now 70, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80, it's 80 now 90. 80 with Jen on the phone, and now 90. At 80 now 90. Any more? 80 once, 80 twice, in for $90. A sweet 90, now 100. 90 online, now 100. And 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Lovely little watch. I have 1 a quarter, 1 a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 a half if you want it. I 1 a quarter, 1 a half, 1 a quarter, 1 a half. Thank you all. 1 a quarter and selling. Kayla, 125. Next we have 3 Mexican abalone shell inlaid sterling silver suite, a brooch and a pair of earrings. What's your pleasure on that? Nice piece set of Mexican abalone inlaid silver. What's your pleasure on that? And we have what? $50 wear. 50 wear instead of $50 and go. Interested $50? Nobody wants that stuff? Once, twice, and nobody wants it? Pass away. Next item. Now we have 4 Portuguese 800 silver filigree orchid suite, all in the shape of orchids, the earrings and 2 brooches. And what's your pleasure on all this? Beautifully, so all fine silver work. I can't imagine the hours it takes to make these nice vintage pieces of silver. What's your pleasure on those? 40 I have, and now 50, 50 and 60. I have 50, 60, and now 70. I have 60s on the floor and $70. 60, I have 60s on the floor here, and now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70 and more. All in, all done. $60.70. The workmanship 70 now 80. 80 on the floor now 90. I have 80 on the floor now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90 anymore. The workmanship is incredible. 90 now 100. 100 on the floor now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, and for 100 and a quarter. All in, all done at $100. Sold. $100 number 50. $100 number 50. And now we have a Victorian style 14 karat gold cabochon amethyst ring right here, size 6. A cabochon amethyst ring right here with a beautiful textured gold setting around the cabochon stone. May we have what on that? 90, now 100. I'm 90, now 100, 100 now quarter. This is a vintage ring, 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 quarter, 1.5. At 1.5 and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 now 175. A bargain. At 150, 175 anymore. At 150, 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. It's 150 then. Next we have a 10 karat gold emerald and diamond ring. A vintage emerald and diamond ring right here. It is a size 6 1/4. It has an open work design with the phrase "I love you" in the band. And on that right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 80. And now 90 and 100. 100, 1 1/4, 1.5, 175, 200, 2 1/4. No, I have 200 with Kayla, 2 1/4 with Sylvia, and now 2.5. I have 2 1/4 and 2.5. At 2 1/4, 2.5, at 2 1/4, 2.5 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, I went for 2.5. Sylvia, you got this one. 2 1/4 live auctioneers. Next we have a pair of 14 karat gold and cubic zirconia earring studs. Total weight, 3 carats total weight. And what's your pleasure on those? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Heavy gold mounts on those. 80 now 90, 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 and 90 anymore. On 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. They're beautiful. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Anymore. Total weight, 3 carats and gold. I have 100 now quarter anymore. Sold $100. Now we have a necklace of lapis, a lapis necklace right there, 101 round lapis beads, approximately 8 millimeter diameter, and on that 35 inches in length. And on that, what's your pleasure? 90, I have now 100. Look at the quality of that lapis. I have 90 now, 100, 90, 100, I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Opera length. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At only $100 now. It's beautiful lapis beads. 1 1/4 here, now 1.5. I 1 1/4 on the floor, 1.5. At 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 now 175. At only 150, 175. And that great strand of matched lapis beads in strong blue. At 150 now 175. 150 is with Kayla. Online at 150 once, twice, and for 175. It's 150 Kayla. Next we have a designer bracelet. This is by Lily Barak. Sterling silver and amethyst cuff bracelet. What's your pleasure on this designer signed bracelet right here? We have what? $100 and set it in. $100 wearing this custom designer bracelet by Lily Barak. On that right there, 100 wears in sterling silver, and he went for 100. Nobody wants 50? 50 I have, and 60. I have 60, now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, now 90. At 90, no money for that. It's amethyst and everything. 90, now 100. Is that yes? 90, now 100. I have 90 on, down front, now 100. I have 90, now 100 on that nice bracelet. At 90 once, twice, and for $100. $90, 58. Next we go to an antique Edwardian 14 karat gold turquoise and diamond ring. On that little ring right there, size 5.5. What's your pleasure on that one? 100. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. A vintage ring at $100, 100 quarter. Any more 100 quarters on the phone with Patrick. Now 1.5. I 1 1/4, 1.5. At 1 1/4, 1.5. At 1 1/4, 1.5. Any more? At 125 once, twice, and for 150. Any more? Any more? 125. Patrick. Next we have 3 beaded necklaces, including Millefiori glass and stone beads. What's your pleasure on those? 30, I have it now 40. I have 30 now, 40 now, 30 now, 40. They're much better than that. I have 30 now, 40. Going to sell them. There's jade and Millie Fury and looks like some kind of a blue, almost like lapis or something. Anyway, I have 30 now 40, 30 now 40. Any more? All in all, $30 on nice vintage necklaces. Any more? $30. Who got it? Next we have a 14 karat gold ladies Movado watch, round head Movado watch, sold by Black Star and Gorham. And on that 14 karat gold watch, what's your pleasure on that? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now 80, has an 80 now 90, has a nice faceted crystal, 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I heard Sylvia, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Has a nice grosgrain band. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half from a house in Waldoboro. 100 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? 125. Sylvia. Next we have a vintage 10 karat gold bracelet set with simulated amethyst, and on that right there, a nice little gold bracelet with amethyst. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have, and 60. I have 60, 70 now 80. I have 70, 80 now 90, 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Any more? 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. 90 now 100 and 14 karat and 10 karat gold. I have $90 and 100 if you want it. I have 90 once, 90 twice. You win for 100. And $90 with Kaler. Any more? Kaler, 90. Live auctioneers? I mean, no. Online. 90 online. 5324. 5324 is a vintage Michelle sterling silver seagull brooch. What's your pleasure on that? How much? 20 and now 30. 20 and 30. Is the phone out? 20 now 30, 20 now 30 on the Seagull brooch by Michelle. I have 20 once, 20 twice, him for $30. Any more? $20. Next we have a Mexican Tasco multi-stone sterling silver bracelet. What's your pleasure on those? It has lapis and malachite, and at 150 I have now 175. I have 150 now 175 on that great bracelet at 175 and 200. 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 200, 175 and 2. Any more? All in all then at 175 and 200. At 200 I have in 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter. All in all then at 200, 2 and a quarter. It's $200 then. Next we have a vintage 10 karat gold and blue spinel ring. A blue spinel ring, and it's size 5.5 on that spinel ring. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have, and 60 now, and 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. At 70 now 80, 70 now 80. At only 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. It's a genuine blue spinel. I have 80 now 90, size 5.5. 80 once, 80 twice, 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. At 90 now 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter. All in all down to 100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. Nice buy. $100. Next we have a sterling silver ring with a .60 carat certified natural purple spinel with the documentation that goes with it. What's your pleasure on this one? May I have what? $100 where? 100 where? 75 I have, and now 100. I have 75 now 100, 75 now 100. I have 75 now 100 if you want it. I have 75 now 100 anymore. All in all down at 75 now $100 if you like it. At 75 now 100 anymore. Anyone for 75 now 100 once, twice, and that's a nice ring. I have only $75 now 100 if you want it. That's going to go 85. 85? It has to go 85. Yeah. Quickly, I'm going to sell it. Once, twice. 80. Where's 85? 85, and now 90. I have 85, now 95. How the hell did we get into that? I have 85 once, twice. Any more? Sold. $85. Not going to fool with that. Next, we have a pair of 14 karat gold and citrine studs. 14 karat gold mounted. They approximately almost 2 carats of golden orange hue citrines. These nice vintage studs right here. What's your pleasure on these? 70 now 80. I have 70, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 90, I have 90 on the phone, now 100. I have 90 on the phone, now 100. I have 90 on the phone, now 100. A nice pair of 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100 only and 100 and a quarter if you want them. I have $100, 100 and a quarter. $100 once, twice, 1 and a quarter, and 1 and a half. Those are 1 and a half and 175. Look at the color of those. 150 now 175. I have 150 only 175 if you like them. At 150 once, 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 once, 175 twice, and for 200. Nice pair of earrings. Anyone for 200? 200 in time, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. That's only $100 in the year. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. 2 and a half and 75. At 2 and a half and 275. Look at the color of those. I have 2 and a half and now 275. I have 250 once, twice, and for 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 and 300. 275 once, twice, and for 300. It's 275 then. Kayla. Beautiful earrings. Next we have a huge strand of lapis beads right here from 10 millimeter to 20 millimeter, 22 and a half inches long. Look at the lapis beads on that. There we have about a couple $100 and set it in. 150 have and 175, 75, 200, 175 now 2, 175 and 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Seems reasonable for that great strand of lapis beads. I have only 200 now, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Look at the size of those. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, and beautiful blue 2 and a half and 275, 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3, 275 and 3. 300 I have now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. Great color on those. 300 now 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter. And this unreserved sale 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. At 3 and a quarter once, twice, and for 350. All in all, that 3 and a quarter, 350 and 375. At 350 and 75, at 375 and 400. At 375 and 4, they're great. At 375 and 400. 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. All the way with Kayla now. I have 4 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter. Everyone else is out. 4 and a quarter still going with Kayla. And 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half anymore. At 4 and a quarter once, 4 and a quarter twice, and for 4 and a half. So, Kayla, 4 and a quarter. Online bidder, 4 and a quarter. Next we have, oh, look at these beautiful bracelets right here. A pair of vintage sterling silver bracelets sets with garnets and amethysts. And on these right here, these are period bracelets. And what's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? $100 where? $100 where? And these sterling silver bracelets set with garnets and amethyst. Anyone for $50 then? Nobody wants those? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for these. At 50 once, twice, and for $60. $50. 62 buys, $50. Next we have 2 sterling silver engraved bangle bracelets. What's your pleasure on these? 30 I have and now 40. I have 30 now 40, 30 now 40. At 30 now 40, 30 now 40. Going to sell those 2 beautiful engraved 40 now 50. I have 40 now 50 and 40 now 50. At $40 only and 50 if you'd like it. At $40 once, twice, $20 a piece for those bangle bracelets. You couldn't buy those in a store for that, that's for sure. I'm going to sell them once, twice, and 40 it is. Next we have a vintage, a 10-karat gold ring set with a marquee-shaped sapphire flanked on either side with diamonds, size 7. And what's your pleasure on that? 100 here, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175. I have 150 now, 175. I have 150 now, 175, 150, 175, and 150, 175 anymore. I have 150, 175 anymore. All in, all done at 150, 175, 150. Kaler. Next we have a pair of iolite and diamond silver stud earrings. Look at these. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 175 and 200. I have 175 and now 200. I have 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. At 2 and a quarter once, twice, and 250 on the phone with Jasmine, and now 275. 275 with Kayla online, and now 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300 if you like it. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. All in all, then 275. It's 275. Next, we have a sterling silver necklace set with cubic zirconia on that beautiful necklace right here, set with a lot of cubic zirconia. Looks like it's clustered with diamonds. What's your pleasure with that? Any interest in that piece? Any interest in that piece? No interest in that piece? Once, twice, and pass it away. Next object. Next, we have, oh, look at this piece here. I didn't get to see that. Isn't that great? That's great. And on that brooch right there, it's gilt silver, gold, diamond, pearl, emerald, dog face, brooch, pendant. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 150, 175, and 200 I have, and 225, 225, 2.5, all over the place, 2.5, 75, 275, 300, 270, 300 all over the place, 300. I saw you first, 300, 3.25. I 300 now, 3.25. Wonderful piece. I 300 now, 3.25. 3.25 is on the phone with Jen now, 3.5. I 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5, 350 with Patrick on his phone, and now 375, and now 370, 375 online, and now 400. I 375 and 4. That fabulous brooch, one of a kind. I 375 now 400. At 375 and 4, 375 and 4. Isn't that great? At 375 and 400, 375 once, twice, and for 400, all in, all done at 375 and 4. Should be bringing much more. We're going to sell it. One of a kind piece. Any more? It's 375 then. 375 to online bidder. Next we have a Clifford Russell. No, it's Russell's of Camden. Not made by Clifford Russell, but Russell's of Camden, handmade sterling silver ring with 14 karat gold accents. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Size 8 3/4. How much, dear? 70. I have 70 now, 80. At 80 here, now 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. At 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90 anymore. All in, all done at $80 only. 90 if you want it. Any more? 90 and 100. 100 I have, yes. 100 on the floor, now 1.25. I have 100 now, 1.25. I want 100 and 1.25. Beautiful ring. I have only $100, 1.25. Think what you'd have to pay in the store for that. Size 8 3/4. I have 100 now, 1.25. Any more? $100, number 62. Next, we have a vintage sterling silver and jade necklace with earrings. This is probably from the 1930s. All pierced, reticulated, carved jade. What's your pleasure with this one? 50, having 16, 150, 175. I 150 now, 175. I 150 now, 175, and 150, 175. I 150, 175 anymore, and 150 once, twice in for 175 anymore. Sold 150. Live auctioneers buys. Next, we have two Bakelite beaded necklaces from the 1950s, and with a sterling clasp. And what's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? Square graduated ones, and these right here look like carnelian, but they are Bakelite. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those? Maybe $50 on those two necklaces. 50 where? And you said $50. Nobody wants those? No bid? Once, twice, and pass those away. Next object. We have a 10 karat gold and cubic zirconia ring, size 7.5. Size 7.5 in a heavy gold setting. What's your pleasure on that one? 70 I have, 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? Shh. 80, and I have 100. I need a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? 100 once, twice, any more than 100 a quarter? $100, 107. 1.25. 1.25 in time, 1.25 and 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25. Look at that beautiful ring. At 1.25, 1.5 anymore, and 125 once, twice, and for 170, 150, 1.25 sold. Here we go. Next, we have a four pieces, 3 watch chains, and 1 watch fob on that right there. What's your pleasure on those? 125 and 150 and 170, 175 and 200, 200, 2.25, 2.5, 275, 300, 3.25. No, I 300 now, 3.25 on all the chains and the fob. I 300 now, 3.25. I 300 now, 3.25, 3 and 3.25 anymore. Beautiful condition. Any more? It's $300 then. And next we have 7 pairs of sterling silver earrings. 7 pairs of vintage sterling silver earrings. What's your pleasure on all that group right there? These look like Elsa Peretti, those ones right there. How much we have? 50 and 60, 60 and now 70. I have 60 and 70, 70's on the floor now 80, 70 on the floor now 80 and 70 now 80 and 70 now 80, 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, at 80 now 90, at 80 now 90, no money. 90 I have now 100, I have 90 now 100 and all those. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100 anymore. At 90 once, 90 twice, went for 100 on all those sterling silver earrings. Anymore? Once, twice, and who has the 90? 90's off, it's on the off the floor and over here at $90, $90. Next, we have a Tiffany and Company. Oh, well, that should have been with the Tiffany stuff. Tiffany and Company, Elsa Peretti, sterling silver open heart necklace right there by Elsa Peretti for Tiffany and Company. What's your pleasure on this? 70, now 80. I have 70, 80, 80 over here, and now 90. I have 80s on the floor, now 90, 80, now 90. 90, now 100. 100 on the floor, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, under the 1 a quarter, 1 1/2. And 1 1/2 is on the floor, 175. I have 150s on the floor, now 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 175, 175. And 200, we need 200 on the floor, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 is online with Kaler, and 2 1/2 if you want it on the Elsa Peretti heart for Tiffany. 2 1/4 once, twice, and it's 2 1/4 then. Next we have this vintage 10-karat gold clatter ring, and on that right there, man, we have a couple $100 set in. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 immediately and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 250 and 275. I have 250s on the phone, 275 and on the other phone, and now 300. I have 275 and now 3. I have 300 with Jamie's phone, now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. With Jamie at 300, 3 1/4 and selling. At 300 once, 300 twice from 3 1/4. Jamie 300. 307 buys, 300. Next, we have a vintage strand of 14-karat gold and spinach jade beads. Look at those. Overall length, 20 inches. The jade beads are 8.5 millimeters with gold spacers, with 14-karat gold spacers. What's your pleasure on those? 150 have and 175, 200, 200, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At $200 only, 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. A great strand of jade and gold. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 75 anymore. With Killer at 250 and 275. Once, twice at 250 and 75 anymore. Killer 250 then. Next we have a 10-karat gold and blue spinel aquamarine ring right here, size 6 1/4. Beautiful ring right there, the custom designer ring. What's your pleasure on that? 70 have it now, 80, 80 have it now, 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. At 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. No money for that. At only $80 now, 90 if you want it. At $80 and now 90, and that nice ring. It's size 6 1/4. At $80 only, 90. Of course now 100. I have 90 now, 100. The gold's worth more than that. I have 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. And 90 now, 100 anymore. All in all, then at $90 anymore. 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 on the floor now quarter. I have 100 on 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Last call at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4. Next we have a beautiful pendant right here. Look at this. 14-karat gold and Australian opal and diamond necklace right here. And what's your pleasure? 475 and 500, 550, 550, 600. I have 550 now, 600, 650. I have 600, 650. A beautiful pendant. 650, 700. I have 650 now, 700 and 750. I have 700 now, 750, 700, 750. I have 700, 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800 now, 8.5. And that beautiful pendant. I have 800 now, 8.5. At 800 now, 8.5, and now 900. I have 850 now, 9. 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900 now, 9.5. And 950 now, 900 now, 9.5. 900 with Kaler all the way. 900 once, 900 twice. You're going to lose it. And he went for 950 once, twice, and down it goes, 900 Kaler. Next we have, look at this, 3-piece sterling silver and smoky quartz necklace and matching earrings. And on those right there, I have $100 now, 1 1/4. I have $100, 1 1/4, $100, 1 1/4. I have $100, 1 1/4 anymore. All in all done at $100, 1 1/4. $100, 312. 1 1/4, 312. Oh, it did? Uh-oh. Yeah, I didn't say sold, so we'll take it. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 and 175 and 150 now 175. I 150 now 175 and 150 175 anymore. Nice group. 150 175 with Kayla at 150 now. Everyone else is out. Kayla at 150. And now we're on 5348. 5348 is next. And on this right here, we have 2 antique floral form brooches in gold, 14 karat gold. And what's your pleasure on that? I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, all over the place. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 275 and 300. I have 270, 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with Jasmine on the phone, 3 1/2 and now 375. I 350 now 375. It's with 350 and 375. At 350 once, twice, and with 375. All in all, done 350, 375 with Kayla now. Everyone else is out. Kayla 350. Next we have a pair of. This is all these beautiful little stud earrings came out of one collection. There's a pair of earrings, round cut aquamarine, bright blue tone, 4-prong, 14 karat gold settings, a 1 carat total weight. So they're half carat each. What's your pleasure on those? 60. I have now 70. I have 60 now, 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80. These nice aquamarine rings, earrings rather. I have 70, 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. I can't imagine what they cost in the store. I have 80 now, 90 anymore. All in all, then at only $80 a pair of 90 on these nice aquamarine stud earrings. 90 now, 100. I have 90 and 100. I have now quarter. I have 100 now, 100 1/4. 100 once, twice, and 100 1/4. All in all, then $100, 100 1/4. It's $100 then. Next we have a lovely 14 karat gold tree branch form brooch set with 12 small amber colored citrines. And on that, can't locate it. Oh, okay, well, whatever. Okay, that's out. Next, when we find it, we'll sell it. Vintage gold fill hinge bracelet with ram's head on that vintage piece right there. What's your pleasure? 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. I like it with that head on the top of the brooch, on the bracelet. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. Any more? All in 80 now, 90. This is a period piece. I have 80 now, 90. 80 once, 80 twice. It went for $90. 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. A cool bracelet. I have 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. And 90 once, 90 twice. It went for $100. Has a ram's head on the end of it. I have 90 now, 100. All in, all done at $90. 100 I have now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter. 100 now, quarter. I have $100 now, 100 quarter. $100, 100 quarter anymore. 100 once, twice. Anyone for 100 quarter? It's not $100 then. Next we have a Victorian 14 karat gold enamel portrait brooch circa 1880. A beautiful little portrait brooch in gold. What's your pleasure on that? We have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where? 150, 100, 150. I have now 175. I have 150 and 175. A beautiful original period piece. I have only 150 now 175. And 150, 175 set in 14 karat. I have 150, 175. And 150 once, twice in for 175. It's a nice heavy gold mount. And 150, 175 anymore. All in all, the 150, 175, 175 and 200 finally. And 175 now 2. Way well, end of the money. And 175 and now 200. And 175 once, twice, and 200 if you want it anymore. And 175. It's 175, 310. 175 to 310. Next we have a Gruen Philadelphia Flyers wristwatch, a custom watch made for the Philadelphia Flyers, 1960s Gruen Precision Manual Wind wristwatch. And what's your pleasure on that? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now 80 in that custom watch for the Philadelphia Flyers. 80 now 90. 17 June 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100, and 90 now 100 anymore. And 90 only, and 90 once, 90 twice, and for $100 on that Philadelphia Flyers watch. I have 90 only, once, twice, anymore. It's $90 then. Next we have we should have sold this one. We sold a little gold bracelet with the sand dollars, and on this right here, 14 karat gold seashell and starfish brooch, 4.3 pennyweights of gold and 14 karat gold, and on that right there, what's your pleasure on that? 300 I have, and now 375, and now 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 400. That wonderful little brooch. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 4. Any more? At 375 once, twice, and for 400. At 375 and selling. All in, all done. We are 375. Next, we have a pair of Zuni style turquoise and silver earrings right there with opal inlays. What's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now, 100 and a quarter. Turquoise and opal in sterling. Zuni. I have 100 now, quarter. 100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. All in all done at $100. We are $100. 53.56 is going to be. Oh, this is a sweet little piece right here. This is a 14 karat gold and Baroque pearl bird brooch. Has 3 little birds and their bodies are Baroque pearls. And what's your pleasure on this one? 450 and 475 and 500, 500, 550. At 500 now 550. At 500, 550, 600. I 550 and 600. A great little brooch. I 550 and 600. I 550 and 600 to 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. That's great, Chris. Thanks. I 550 and 600. Any more? All in all, then at 550 and 600. Once, twice, and it's 550. Live auctioneers. Next, here goes that one. That made a mess. Just leave it. Just leave it. We'll get it later. 3-piece, 14 karat gold jadeite pendant and necklace and earrings. What's your pleasure on this? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. 250 and 275. No money for that. Oval cabochon jadeite and gold necklace and pair of earrings. I'm only 250 and 275. I have 250 with Kayla, now 275. Way under the money on that. I'm going to sell it. I 250 and 75, 275, 300. I 275 and now 3. I 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. Way under the money on that. Not $100 per object. I 275 and 3 anymore. 275 once, twice, and for 300. 275, 73. 275, 73. Next we have an antique ivory and jade beaded necklace, 19th century. Look at that beautiful light colored jade and ivory beads. Those are all handmade on that right there. What's your pleasure on that? Lovely piece right there. I have what? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 on that great necklace at 250 and 75 on a nice antique 19th century necklace. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 once, 250 twice, and 275 if you want it. All in, all done. One bid. 250. Next we have, here's Charles Clifford Russell. We have a set of 4 Clifford Russell sterling silver blueberry suite. And what's your pleasure on this? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 for the whole suite at only 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Clifford Russell at 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2. 3 1/4. Next we have, from that same jewelry box, a 14 karat gold peridot stud earrings in gold, 1 carat total weight, ½ carat each. What's your pleasure on those? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the peridot studs. At only 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 once, twice, and 150. Any more than 125? No, 125. 150 I have, now 175. I 150, now 175. I 150 and 175 and a nice pair of peridot studs at 150, 175. Great color. Any more? 150 once, twice. Any more? 150 it is. Next we have this Victorian 14 karat gold enamel portrait and hairwork locket brooch. This opens up in the center. It's fabulous workmanship in this thing. And what's your pleasure in this? 450 I have, and now 475. I have 450 and 475. I have 450 and 475. It's a locket and a brooch with enamel and gold. I have 450 and 475. At 450 once, twice, and for 475. And that nice Victorian piece of gold jewelry. I have 450 once, twice. Any more? It's 450 then. Next we have a vintage, a Stiegbert sterling silver necklace and bracelet. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this? From Sweden, a Swedish designer. And what's your pleasure on this piece here? And he went for $100 and set it in. $100 and set it in. $100 where? Famous maker. And he went for $100. Nobody wants it? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have $100 and 100 and a quarter. I have $100 and 100 and a quarter, 100 and 100 and a quarter. Not paying attention on this one. This is a good one. I have 100 and a quarter and it's going to sell it. 100 once, twice, and for 100 and a quarter. Sold $100. Next we have a 6-strand onyx bead necklace with gold spacers, 32 inches long. And what's your pleasure on that? Nice necklace with gold bead spacers and black onyx beads. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have what? A couple $100 set in. A couple $100 where? $100 where? No interest. Pass it away. Next object. What? No. Oh, wait. It's unreserved. I'm sorry. It is unreserved. We have 50. I'm not used to those low numbers. I have 50. Now 75. Now, see what you did? Now 75. Nah. Oh, 60 to 70. 60 and 70, 70, 80, and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90 now 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now 100 quarter. I have 100 now 100 quarter, 100, 100 quarter and more. I have 100 now 100 quarter. No money for these. At $100, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a half and 175. They're just waking up to the value. At 150 now 175. It's 32 inches long. Look at the quality of this. At 1 a quarter and 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. No money. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Going to sell it. 1 a quarter once, twice, and 150. 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2. 175 and 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's 200. 2 and a quarter. Got to start somewhere. We want to sell this stuff. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Any more? 200 it is. Next we have a pair of 14 karat gold vintage carved jadeite screwback earrings. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on these? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. These are vintage carved reticulated jade and 14 karat gold settings. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, of course, now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter anymore. All in all done at $100 only. 100 and a quarter if you like them. 1 a quarter and 1 and a half. 1 and a half would you go? Is that a yes? Is that a yes? 1 and a half, and now 175. I 150 on the floor, now 175. I 150s on the floor, now 175. And 150 once, twice, went for 175. 175, and now 200. I 175, now 2. I 170, 200 on the floor, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, now 2 and a quarter anymore. It's on the floor at 200. Once, twice, and $200 to 59. $200 to 59. Next we have, oh, this is beautiful right here. Look at this. A antique 14 karat gold diamond enamel violet brooch marked TC. Initial TC is the maker, evidently, on that lovely vintage piece right there. All seed pearls around the edges of the diamond in the center. And what's your pleasure on this one? May I have what? 750. 8, now 850. 950. 1,000, no. I have 950 now, 1,000. I have 950 now, 1,000. A beautiful brooch right there at 950 now, 1,000. And 950 once, twice, and for 1,000. All in, all done. At 950 only. Any more? 950. That's a lovely piece. Next we have a pair of vintage 14 karat gold and jadeite stud earrings, a cabochon-shaped oval jadeite. What's your pleasure on those? 70 I have, now 80. I have 70 now 80 on those nice studs. There's 70 now 80 in jade. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. At 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100 on a great pair of earrings. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Some great studs here today. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter with the, you have 100 there. 100 now quarter. I need 100 now 100 quarter. Any more? All in all then, $100, 100 quarter. Nice gold mounts on those. $100. Oh, look at this vintage piece here. A 14 karat. Hey, Don. Hey, Don. All I can hear is you. Sorry. Antique 14 karat yellow gold brooch circa 1870. Look at that beautiful brooch. Looks like a scene off of Switzerland. And what's your pleasure on that? 375 and now 400. I 375 and now 4, 375 and now 4. And that vintage period piece. I 375 and 4. At 375 and selling. At 375 once, twice, went for 400. All in all done at 375. Way under the money. Going to sell it anymore? 375 it is. Next we go to a pair of emerald cut blue topaz, loose in the original box they came from when they were purchased years ago. 6.5 carats total weight. In the original box marked Zerin from Rio de Janeiro. And on those right there, which a pleasure. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 75, 400. I 375 with Kayla and 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 4. Then boy, that'd make a great pair of earrings. I 375 and now 400. I 375 and 400 on a nice pair of blue emerald cut blue topaz. I have only 375 and 400 in the original box when they were purchased years ago, probably in the 20s. Any more? It's 375 then. And here we go, another Victorian royal blue enamel monogram brooch. On that right there, on that monogram brooch, what's your pleasure on this one? Oh, look at that beautiful brooch in gold. And all right, blue enamel monogram brooch in gold. And what's your pleasure on this? Maybe a couple $100 to set it in. $200, $100 wear. 100 wear, set a bit of 100. Passed away, nobody wants that. Next object. Now we have a 18 karat gold clasp with white coral necklace. Very unusual. And a white coral, it's 18 inches in diameter with an 18 karat gold clasp. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $300 to set it in. 300 wear, so about 300, 200, 200, 200. Passed away. Next object. Next we have Italian 14 karat gold and diamond graduated pendant necklace. Look at this. All graduated diamonds going into a little curve right there in 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on that? 450, I have them. 475, 75, 500, 550, 600, 600, 650. No, I have 600 now, 650. Beautiful necklace. I have 600 now, 650 anymore. At 600 once, twice, I went for 650. Killer, 600. You're getting all the good stuff. We're on 5372 next. Cruising right along. 5372 is pearl, gold, bead, and coral necklace, and 16 inches long on that multiple strand of gold beads, coral necklace, and pearls. What's your pleasure on that? 250. I have in 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. Reasonable for that at 250 and 275. Any more? One bid at 250 is going to take it, and 275. Nice red coral, pale coral, 275 and 3. Gold beads, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. Beautiful strand of beads, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, twice, went for 350. All in, all done at 3 1/4. Great strand of beads. Anymore? 3 1/4. Next we have, here we go. From the lady that did the lady designer, the Zuni designer that did all those pendants and stuff. This is the sterling silver inlay opal triplet earrings. Look at these in silver with their initials on it. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have now, 1 1/4. I 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at the opal inlays in those. At 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, in almost like fire opals. 1 1/2 and 175, 175 and 200 by this famous designer, Zuni designer Leland. At 1 1/2 now, 175. At 150, 175. Any more? 150 once, twice, anyone for 175. Any more? It's 150 then. Oh, you have 175. Even better. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 2 anymore. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. We good? 175 it is then. Next we have a 14 karat gold twisted rope chain necklace. Twisted rope chain necklace, 4.6 pennyweights. It's 20 inches long. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 375 and 400. I 375 and 400 here and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and that heavy gold necklace 4 1/2 and 475. I 450 and 475. At 450 and 475. At 450 and 475. Still under the money. It's 75 and 500. Beautiful quality, nice condition. 475 and 500. At 475 and 500. At 475 and 5 anymore. At 475 once, twice, and for 500. At 475 and selling. Any more? Sold. 475. What? An intermission? We don't do intermissions. Oh, you want? Oh, your battery. We're back in power with the battery. The batteries run down, and I don't. Here we go. We have a Victoria Thomaston sterling silver and copper dragonfly mixed metal brooch, and on that right there, it's signed and dated '09. What's your pleasure on this one? It's by Ana Maria Nunez de Brillante for her Victoria workshop. Wow. 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 90, 90, now 100. I have 90 on the floor, now 100. 100, now quarter. 100 is on the floor and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4 on the floor and 1 1/2 and 175. No, I 1 1/2 is online, 175. Jack to you, Jamie. I 150, now 175, and that great dragonfly brooch. At 150, 175. 150 once, twice, and 175. No, 175, Jamie. I have 150. At 150 is on the online at 175. Quickly. Sold 150. Here we go. Next we go to a vintage Kremitz 14 karat gold filled bracelet. This thing is so good that I tested it 3 times to make sure it was an 18 karat. Anyway, on this lovely bracelet, here we have $200 set it in. 100 I have, now 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 75, 300, 3 1/4. No, I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 once, twice, anymore. 300 it is. Beautiful bracelet. Next we have a 14 karat gold emerald and pearl pendant necklace. Look at this piece right here. Look at this piece right here. Nice little gold chain with a nice little pearl and emerald. And on that right there, it's backwards. There we go. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 150 I have now 175. I have 150, 175, 150, 175. At 150, 175 anymore. All in, all done at 150, 175. At 150 and selling. 175 and 200. I have 175 is on the floor. We're done. And 200. At 175 and now 2. 175 and 2. Any more? You got it. 175, 59. 175 to 59. Next we go to a 1940s era Mickey Mouse watch from Ingersoll. And Ingersoll, this is not a copy. This is the real deal. And what do you want to pay for that Mickey Mouse watch? 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, and now 175, 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. You never find them in this condition. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. Excuse me, 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 recently serviced and running with a new band. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4, it's sold $200. Next we have 3 pairs of Mexican sterling silver screwback earrings. And on the sterling silver earrings, one pair looks like it has green jade in it. What's your pleasure on all those? What's your 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and all those nice silver earrings at only $50 and 60 if you like it. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 50 once, twice, and for $60. Not even $10 a pair. And even for 60, 50 it is. And off we go to 5380, another diamond. This is a Swarovski 14 karat gold and diamond necklace. What's your pleasure on this? 150 I have, now 175. At 150, 175, at 150 and 75. It comes with the original Swarovski presentation box. Don't think it's ever been used. 16 round melee diamonds on it in the original box. What's your pleasure on this? We have what? 150? 150 and 175. At 150, 175, 150, 175. At 150 and 75 anymore? All in one bid of 150 on that nice piece right, 175 and now 200. Perfect for the holiday giving. At 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's once 200, 200 and 2 and a quarter. I almost sold it. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter. It's 200 then. Next we have a sterling silver bracelet with opal inlay. I think it's by that same woman that's done all the opal inlay jewelry. It's got all the beautiful colored opals in there. What's your pleasure on this one? 150, 175. I 150, 175, and that great opal inlaid and silver. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Beautiful bracelet. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. All in, all. It's marked RL. RL is the maker or designer. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter anymore. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter, it's $200 then. Next we have another strand of lapis beads on those right there, 21 inches, 7 millimeter beads in lapis. What's your pleasure on that? On 125 and now 150 at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. A beautiful strand of dark blue lapis with silver clasp at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 and a quarter once, twice, and for 150, it's 1 and a quarter. And we have a vintage Richelieu 18 karat gold and simulated pearl necklace, 18 karat gold clasp. What's your pleasure on this one? On the Richelieu 18 karat gold clasp with pearl necklace. What's your pleasure on this one? And we have what? $100 wear. Nice graduation to those. 100 wear instead of $100. Any in those? No. Passes away. Next object. Now we have, oh, this is a great piece right here. This is a vintage Egyptian faience scarab mounted in 14 karat gold with a 14 karat gold chain, 16 inches long. And what's your pleasure on this? 150, 175, 200, 200. I have 175 now, 2. At 175 now, 2, 175 and a 200, 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, a 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, a 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. This is a period Egyptian scarab beetle pendant. 250 and 275, like 250 and 275, at 250 and 275 and 250 and 75 anymore. All in all down at 250, 275, sold 250. Next we have a Japanese mixed metal bracelet with gold and silver inlays from the Meiji period. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 at only $50 and 60 if you'd like it. At 50 once, twice, and for 60, all in all then at $50. Sold $50. Next we have a men's Citizen Echo Drive wristwatch in 38 millimeter stainless steel case with integrated stainless steel link band. And what's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? Any interest in the men's Citizen Echo Drive wristwatch? And it has the calendar in it too. No interest in that? Pass away then. Next object. Next, we have 4 sterling silver jewelry collection, a bracelet, pendant, and 2 rings. What's your pleasure on those? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in, all done at $50, 60 if you want it. 60, now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. I have 60 once, twice, and for $70. All in all, it's $60. $60 to 62. 62 by $60 to 62. Next we have 53.88. 4 Italian sterling silver necklaces, bracelet, and stud earrings. What's your pleasure on this lot? All is sterling silver. The necklace, bracelet, matching, and stud earrings. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have what? $50 wear. Set it in. 50 wear. Set it $50 and go. Interest in those? No one wants those? Pass those away. Next object. Next we have, this rare cased miniature portrait pendant, 19th century, on this piece right here. Oval portrait depicting a 16th century noblewoman with a crown. The cover's tool says Elizabeth, so it must be Queen Elizabeth. What's your pleasure on that? A couple $100, 100 I have, and now quarter. How much? 125 and now 150. At 1 1/4, 150. This is a rare piece. At 1 1/4, 150, 1.5. It's all hand painted. At 150 and at 175 in the original box. The original box, a leather box marked Elizabeth. 175 and 200. This is a great piece. 175 and 200 on that miniature. At 175 and now 200. I have them 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. That's a really good piece. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, and 2.5. I have 200, 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 75. Hold it up like that, will you? At 250 and 275, 275 and 300. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At 275, 300 and 3 1/4. It's much better than that. At 300 and 3 1/4 and 3.5. At 3 1/4, 3.5. At 3 1/4, 3.5. In gold, in Boston, the original case it says Elizabeth. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4. All in all, then 300. You have 3 1/4? Oh, 3 1/4. Sorry, 3 1/4 need 3.5. I 3 1/4 need 3.5. I 3 1/4, 3.5. I wonder if it's signed anywhere. I 3 1/4, 3.5. It's in a gilded bronze frame. 3.5. And it looks like it's enamel on copper. Get that other way. 3 1/4 and 3.5 and 375. I 3.5 now 375. I 350 now 375. 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 400 anymore. Gonna sell it at 375 once, twice. A fabulous thing. And it went for 400. We good? It's 375 then. Okay, Gary, what do you got next? Here we go. A pendant. We have a 14 karat gold and cubic zirconia bow form pendant. And in gold, and 2.2 pennyweights of gold. What's your pleasure in that? 100 wear. 100 wear. Nobody wants that? Pass it away. Next object. Here we go. Next we have a Mexico sterling silver cross pendant necklace. And on that right there, it's signed a Mexico HOB. Whoever the designer is made that. What's your pleasure on that? $50 wear. On that beautiful sterling silver cross with a rope chain necklace. There we have what? $50 then, and he's to 50. Nobody wants it? That's the way. Next 50, I have 60 now. I have 50. They're unreserved. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in all, then $50. Who got it? $50 is 62. Next we go to a men's Elgin quartz chronograph dress watch in the original box with all the multi-dials. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one in the original box? And it's in this piece. Any interest in this piece at all on the men's Elgin watch? No interest in that piece? Pass away then. Next object. We have a collection of assorted jewelry, mixed lot of silver, including a pillbox, pendants, agate bracelet, malachite necklace, and earrings. What's your pleasure in all that? Maybe we have, what, $50 and set it in. $50 and set it in. This little agate mounted silver box is great. There's a lion here. I have 50, now 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. $50, 107. Next we have a vintage 10 karat multicolored gold floral brooch with diamond accent. 2.6 pennyweights of gold. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, now 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, I have 1 1/4, need 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 against you, need 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, you need 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 once, twice, and went for 1 1/2 anymore. It's 1 1/4 is 73. 125 to 73. Next we have a Baume & Mercier stainless steel unisex Hampton wristwatch. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? In the box. How much? 175 and now 200. At 175 and 200 in the original box. At 175 and 200, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore. All in all, then at 175 and 200. Gonna go. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Nice gift piece right there in the original box. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. It's $200 then. Online bidder. And we're at $53.96 is next. $53.96 is a 10 karat gold garnet and diamond pendant right there. On the diamond and garnet pendant, what's your pleasure on that one? On that one right there, we have what? $100 wear and set it in. $50 wear and set it in $50. Pass that away. Next object. $53.97 is a gold-filled gold-filled rectangular Art Deco era photo locket on this photo locket. And what's your pleasure in this cool little thing right here? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 now, 60. I have 50, 60 now, 70. 70 now, 80. Now 80. I have 80 now, 90. 90 now, 100. Now 100. 100 now, quarter. I have 100 on the phone now, 1 and a quarter. 100 once, twice, in for 1 and a quarter. Sold, phone $100. Got it? Next we have a pair of 3 sterling silver and cubic zirconia earrings and pendant. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $50 where? $50 where instead of 50. Nobody wants those? Passes away. Next we have a carved glass elephant pendant with twisted gold tone metal surround. And what's your pleasure on this carved elephant crystal pendant? What's your pleasure on this? And we have what? $50 and set it in. 50 where instead of $50. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and pass 50. I have 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60, 50, and 60. 50 to number 100. Next we have 3 carved green jade rings on these period green jade rings. What's your pleasure on these? For 3 of them. Maybe we have $100 and set them in. $100 where instead of $100 and go. And instead of $100. Nobody wants those? Once, twice. Those are real jade. Period jade rings. How much? 70? I have 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. Going to sell them at only $70. Once, twice, and for $80. Sold, $70. Next we have a red agate and hematite bead necklace on this vintage necklace of hematite and red beads in silver. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe have $50 and set it in. 50 where? 40. We don't care where it starts. How much? 30 I have, and now 40. I have 30 now, 40, 30 now, 40. Going to sell 40 now, 50. I have 40 now, 50, 40 now, 50. Any more? At 41, 50 now, 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50, 60. Great necklace. 60 now, 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. At 61, 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80. Any more? At 70 once, twice, and for $80. Going to 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. 80 once, twice, and for $90. Sold $80. We're going to move on. Next we have a modernist sterling silver tree form brooch signed R. Urban. And what's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 and a quarter on the floor, now 1 1/2. A 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. 1 1/4, 63. Next we have a 14 karat gold two-tone pendant set with diamonds, and on that right there, what's your pleasure? 50, having 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? 60, now 70. I have 60 now, 70. I have 60 now, 70. I have 60 now, 70. There's $130 worth of gold. I have 60 now, 70. 60 now, 70. Any more? All in all, that's $60, $70. 70 I have now, 80 only. $70 now, 80. 70 now, 80. Any more? That's 70 once, twice, and for 80. $70, 107. Too late. $70, 107. Next we go to, winding down here, we're at 5404, and we have 2 freshwater pearl necklaces with 14 karat gold clasp. What's your pleasure on those? On the 2 freshwater pearl necklaces with 14 karat gold clasp. What's your pleasure on those? Any to nose? Nose to nose, passes away. Next object. Now we have a Seiko men's automatic wristwatch in the original box. What's your pleasure on this? 20 I have, and now 30. I have 20 and 30 and 20, 30. 30 I have, and now 40. I have 30 with Sylvia, now 40. I have 30 now, 40, now 50. I have 40, 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60. In the original box, 50 now, 60, 50 now, 60. Any more? At 50 once, twice, and for $60. 60, now 70. I have 70, now 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. Any more? 70 once, twice, and for 80. $70 then. Live Auctioneers buys that one. Next we have a Navajo style sterling silver and turquoise bracelet. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I won 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Any more? All in all done at 175. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250. It's 250 and 275. I 250 and 275. I 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250 then. Next we have a necklace and watch chain. A necklace and watch chain. 2 gold-plated jewelry necklace 55 inches long, watch chain 54 inches. What's your pleasure on that? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. No. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100 anymore. At $90, now 100 if you want it. 90 once, 90 twice, and for $100. $90 it is. Next we have a vintage 14 karat gold ruby diamond and heart pendant. We've had a lot of heart pendants today. And on that right there, what's your pleasure in that nice little piece right there? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. 100 ways set it at $100 and go. It's at 100. Nobody wants it. Any money? Passed away. Next object. Cruising through the rest of it. Vintage 14 karat gold and seed pearl brooch with a, I don't know what that stone is. And it says oval brooch cabochon on dark green moss sit. Is that the name of a stone? Oh, really? Oh, wow. Moss sit. Wow. So it's a rare jade-related gemstone found only in northern Myanmar, varied for its vivid green hues and distinctive black veining. Well, there you go. And what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on this? Any interest in this piece? Pass it. Next object. Nobody knows what it is. Yeah. 10 karat gold and cubic zirconia heart pendant. What's your pleasure on this one? Here we have $50 in this. Sterling and 10 karat gold and cubic zirconia. Anyone for $50 in this one. Nice presents. No money. Pass that away. Next item. Next we have a Native American vintage turquoise and shell necklace. Natural chips of turquoise. Tumble smooth with tiny shell beads between single strand, 60 inches long. This is an early piece, probably 19th century. What's your pleasure on this? Any interest in that piece? None. Next item. Next we go to, here we go. We have 5 pieces of Victorian jewelry, including a garnet brooch, stick pins, and a ring. What's your pleasure on that? It has one of the stick pins is an owl. What's your pleasure on this? 50. I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 at only $50 and 60 if you like it. At 50 once, twice, any more? $50. Sylvia. Next we have a vintage 10 karat gold and garnet pendant in the form of a crucifix. What's your pleasure on this one? 50. I have 60. 8. How much? 90. 100. 90 now. 100. 90. 100 now. Quarter. I have 100 now. Quarter. 100 now. Quarter. It's 10 karat gold and garnet. Beautiful thing. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter anymore. Last call at $100. 100 a quarter. It's $100. Next we have a vintage link necklace with pendant. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have what? $20 where? Just set in $20. Anybody wants that? Nobody wants that one? Passed away. Next object we have all these watches. A collection of 5 miscellaneous watches. What's your pleasure on these? How much? 20. I have one was a stopwatch. I have 20, now 20, but now 30. I have 20, now 30, 20, now 30. At 20, now 30, and 20, now 30. Any more? One's a cool stopwatch. 30, I have now 40. I have 30, now 40, 30, now 40. I have 30, now 40. Any more? Last call at $30 and selling. $30. Next we have 3 vintage Chinese necklaces, coral, cinnabar, and tiger's eye. Look at this beautiful tiger eye necklace. And red coral and natural coral. What's your pleasure on all these? What's your pleasure on all these? Maybe a couple $100 set them in. $200 on all 3 necklaces. No money for these. Anybody a couple $100. Pass those away. Next object. Next we have 3 necklaces right here. Sterling silver herringbone choker. And so on and so forth. This whole group. This is set with amethyst and looks like amethyst and moonstone. What's your pleasure on this group right here? 30. I have now 40. I have 30 now 40. 30 now 40. 40 now 50. I have 40 now 50. 40 now 50. At 40 now 50 anymore? All in all on it. $40. What a nice buy. Any more? $40. Number 60. $40. Number 60. Next we have 2 vintage glass bead necklaces, probably from the 20s or 30s. What's your pleasure on these? 10 I have, and now 20. I have 10 now 20. 10 now 20. At 10 out of 20, going to sell them. 10 once, twice, and anyone for $20. 10 it is. Next item. Here we go. A green aventurine pendulum carving right here. What's your pleasure in this? What's your pleasure in this pendant right here? Anyone for what? $50 where? 50 where should have been 50. 25. 25. Pass away. Next object. All right, here we go. Winding it down. Now we have two vintage sterling silver stick pins, one with a Mabe pearl, one with a tiger eye. What's your pleasure on those? 20 I have, and now 30. I have 20 and 30 and 20 and 30. In silver, I have only 20 and 30. Any more? 20 once, twice, and for $30. 30 I have, and now 40. I have 30 now 40, 30 now 40. At 30 now 40. Any more? 30 once, twice, and for 40. Sold for 30. Next we have a 14 karat gold stick pin with a central emerald surrounded by 6 white sapphires. Beautiful stick pin right there. And what's your pleasure on that one? 125 and now 150. I 1 1/4, now 1 1/2 on that vintage stick pin. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? At 125 once, twice, and for 150. It's 125 then. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have 2 vintage lockets right here. 2 vintage lockets, 2 antique memorial portrait objects, 19th century. One almost looks like it's a portrait of young Abe Lincoln in it, and one has got a percher. And what's your pleasure? I have 100 now quarter. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, even better. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, went for 250. All in all, at 2 1/4. We are 2 1/4. Kaler. Next we have, these are cool right here. We have 3 antique boar's tusk pendants and a cigar cutter, all in from the 19th century. What's your pleasure on this? 150 have, not 175. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. A great cigar cutter. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4 then. And the last piece of the day is this gilded metal buckle, Art Nouveau buckle with little, it looks like little cabochon amethyst. What's your pleasure on that? 30 I have, and now 40. I have 30 now 40, 30, 40 now 50. I have 40 now 50, 40 now 50. Any more? Last call at 40 once, twice. Any more? $40. Live auctioneers, thank you all for your participation today. Enjoy your purchases and have a good holiday season from Thomaston Place Auction Galleries.